All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, welcome to the biggest, longest running, and most trusted Philippine Business and Investment Forum, the Philippine Property and Investment Exhibition, or PPIE 2022. I'm Rain Dimalanta.
And I'm Vince Ang, will be your host for this two-day event.
Okay, so Vince, finally, it's been a while since we're not able to gather and host a community event. So this weekend, it is so special as it clearly shows that we're slowly getting into, going out of the pandemic. So especially here in the UAE, with the recent announcement that masks are no longer required, hello to liberty for masks, it really sends a message of security, and thus we see the increase in consumer confidence.
That's right, Ring. Speaking of consumer confidence, para sa mga audience natin today, tomorrow po, we'll talk about the change of consumer behavior ng Filipinos. We conducted a survey way back during the Expo 2020 where we measured the change of the consumer confidence ng Filipinos post-pandemic. So we'll be sharing it again with you, all of you guys, tomorrow in my session po. I'll be sharing the result of the survey with everyone.
Well, that is actually exciting and something to be proud of, actually. And so, without further ado, well, I'm sure people will be excited to know more about that. And to formally start our exhibition, let me acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency, Ambassador Jaycelyn Quintana, friends from the media, our dear sponsors, exhibitors, and partners, members of the Filipino community.
But twice. But here we are, PPIE, the largest Philippine International Investment and Property Forum, Investment Expo, is here, is back, bigger, better, and stronger. But this would have not happened without the overwhelming demand of Filipinos and international investors who are very much willing and very excited to invest, or at least learn how to invest and save. Now, we have made a recent study asking 3,800 respondents in the UAE. This survey was highly publicized and mentioned in international media, in the UAE media, and the Philippine media. To mention, we are in Azalea Reuters, we are in Philippine Star, the Filipino Times, Khaleej Times. I mean, just look at the newspapers and newswires and you will see the story. What does the survey say? We asked 3,800 Filipinos. We asked them, did your salary significantly increase over the last 5 years? A whopping more than 65% said yes. This is amazing because the pandemic doesn't seem to dampen the spirit, the soaring spirit and purchasing power of Filipinos anywhere in the world, but more specifically in the UAE. Probably, that boosts in the purchasing power is the reason why in the same survey it shows that 8 out of 10 are actually looking and keen to invest over the next 12 months. What is the #1 preferred investment? Property. What once thought was a very difficult to achieve asset is now the #1 goal of every Filipino in the UAE, followed by entrepreneurship or starting your own. I'm very much happy to know that there are fellow entrepreneurs like me who are looking at investing in their own. #3 would be life insurance. People would like to save for the future and also safeguarding their lives and their families. And 4th is mutual funds. Please check our report just Google it and you will see all the result of the survey. This is a big leap compared to 2014 when PPIE was first launched. When we asked a lot of Filipinos, 2,000 Filipinos at the time, and only 2 out of 10 was actually thinking of investing. From 2 out of 10 to 8 out of 10, that's an actually big leap for all of us. And I would like to say thank you so much to our sponsors, exhibitors, and partners for partnering with us in this CSR initiative to help change the lives of our fellow Filipinos for the better. Much better than when they first came in here. So we have pulled in the best of the best speakers. We have pulled in the best of the best brands. Please feel free to visit the booth. Please sit back and relax, and please enjoy the presentations that we'll be offering to all of you, free of cost. But of course, it's not really free because people have really invested in this event to just be in here. And most of all, I would like to say thank you to the following. RLC Residence, our gold sponsor. Our silver sponsors, Ayala Land, Double Dragon, Federal Land, and Greenfield Development Corporation. Our official airline partner, Philippine Airlines. Our exhibitors, DMCI Homes, Santa Lucia Land, Houselands, BPI, Remata, Pisopal. And to my beloved and super hardworking team at New Perspective Media Group and the Filipino Times for working day and night and always with smile. Thank you so much. We have prepared a great program to all of you for 2 days, today and tomorrow. And I'd like to formally welcome everyone to the 8th edition of the Philippine Property and Investment Exhibition. Let the Investment Expo begin.
Thank you, Dr. Karen Rimo, for that heartwarming welcome remarks. Now, to give us a message of inspiration, let me call her the highest Philippine official in the UAE. She is a career diplomat. She served in the Philippine diplomatic missions in Beijing, Washington, D.C., Dublin, Muscat, and now Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates.
Prior to her appointment as the ambassador of the UAE, she was the assistant secretary and just in charge of the Office of the Middle East and Africa Affairs at the Philippine Department of Foreign Affairs. She has a BA Political Science, a master's degree in International Relations from the University of the Philippines. She also has a Master's of International Public Policy degree from the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. She took diplomatic studies in Oxford University in the United Kingdom. She assumed the ambassador to the UAE in August 2018.
Remains to be the fastest growing economy among the ASEAN countries and therefore a prime investment destination. The return of the Philippine Property and Investment Exhibition here in the UAE is a mark of the Philippine economy's recovery and resilience as the world emerges from the grips of recent world crisis. I know that UAE is beginning to take a hard look on investment prospects in the Philippines. During some high-level bilateral meetings held during the World Expo Dubai, the UAE noted the success of the Philippines' Build, Build, Build campaign and the movement of significant amounts of capital to the Philippines, particularly in the property sector. This was a key deciding factor why the Philippines and the UAE are currently engaged in negotiations for a comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or CEPA. The Philippines being among the first few countries after India, Israel, and Indonesia that such free trade agreement is being initiated. Also this year, the Philippines and UAE signed an investment protection and promotion agreement, a landmark agreement that further goes to show the UAE's confidence in the current economic stature of the Philippines. I laud New Perspective Media, or NPM.
Ay nakikinig ng mga sessions namin, magtatanong po kami sa inyo. At kung kayo po ay makakasagot, maaari po kayo manalo ng gold, ng iba-ibang appliances at mga gift items from the Filipino Times and of course, New Perspective Media.
Yan, sobrang easy.
Naka-overwhelm a lot of times. I myself, I just joined RLC Residences last year, and there are a lot of terms that when I joined did not make sense to me. So we're gonna try to help you define these terms, differentiate between RFO and pre-selling, and hopefully help you arrive at your decision on what kind of property you want to invest in. Also, we'll try to address your budget concerns and timing. But before I go ahead, I'd like to show you a very short video.
best life right here. Raise, live, connect. RLC Residences.
So buying property is a lifelong commitment. It can go all the way until you're all into your retirement. And it all starts by asking one question. I'm interested in buying a property. I'd like to know more about it. When we buy something, we always try to know more about it. If you buy shoes, you want to fit it, you want to buy a gadget, you want to check the specifications. For property, same thing, right? So you need to go and know about the property that you're buying. The goal is, before you make the decision to buy, alam nyo lahat ng kailangan nyong malaman so you can make the right decision, right? Because it's not a small investment to make. And owning a home is a dream of every Filipino. So we want to make an informed decision as much as possible. So, what does pre-selling mean? Pre-selling projects, newly launched projects but not yet developed. Essentially, they are only about to start constructing the project, or they're in the process of constructing the project, right? So that's what pre-sellings are already. So, first of all, every time we buy anything, especially property, there's always the first question that's asked: how much will it cost, right? So, for whether you're a first-time buyer or you're a seasoned investor, you're always going to have a budget that you can work with. As much as we want to buy the biggest houses and condos, we all have a budget that we can work with, right? So, let's run through the basic questions on how we can generally differentiate a pre-selling property from an RFO property, so you can get one that fits your finances better. So, if you were to look at a timeline from the time the project is launched to the time that the project has been completed from a construction standpoint at ito turnover na, the pre-selling period is from the time that it's launched right before the turnover. Once the building is completed, that's when it becomes ready for occupancy, or RFO. From a price or value standpoint, the value of a property is significantly lower just as you launch it. Kasi ginagawa pa lang eh. But the value of the property appreciates year on year as you go up. And once the building is completed and it's ready for turnover and occupancy, then nag-appreciate na yung value ng property. And that's one of the great things about real estate. It's one of the few items you can buy where the value appreciates as opposed to, for example, electronics or vehicles na pagkabili mo, it depreciates in value. Real estate always appreciates, and that's generally how it goes. So pre-selling, the price or the value is generally lower versus RFOs simply because the building has been constructed over a period of time. As an example, we launched our Sync project. It's a 4-tower project back in 2019. We launched our first tower, the S Tower, in 2019, and we launched the second tower, Y Tower, in 2021. So in the span of 2 years, the property value of Sync has appreciated by 14%. So kung yung condo mong binili is worth 100 pesos at the start, it's already worth 114 pesos right now. So that's the advantage of pre-selling. You can buy it at a relatively low price, and then as time goes and as the project is constructed, the value appreciates better than any other instrument that you would have out there. One other difference between RFO and pre-selling are the payment terms. Generally speaking, for pre-selling, mas flexible at mas mahaba yung payment terms versus RFO. For pre-selling, most developers offer terms from 48 months all the way to 72 months, or balita ko nga lately, even longer, 78 months sometimes. So a certain portion of the price, you will have anywhere from 5 to sometimes 7 years to pay off a portion of that one. Because from the developer's perspective, ginagawa ko pa lang yung building eh. So while it's gonna take me 5 to 7 years to build the building, you're gonna have about 5 to 7 years to complete the payment for a certain portion of the down payment. For RFO, Most developers also offer flexible payment terms, pero mas maikli. At most, it's a range of 12 to 36 months. So that's one big difference. If your payment terms are a lot longer at pre-selling versus RFO, and it's a difference of 3 to 4 years from a payment term perspective. That we don't normally give after the launch period, which is about 2 to 3 months. So if you want to be able to maximize, your investment, pre-selling is a great way to get really good discounts for your property purchase. For RFO, there are also discounts, but a lot of them are limited to events such as this. So for those who are keen to explore RFO, typically developers give event-based discounts. RLC Residences has a special event discount for those exploring to buy an RFO property. So you can check our booth there. The other advantage of RFO is if you want to move in and use the property, you can do it already, right? Now, one of the things that you also need to consider is for pre-selling, you get it at a relatively lower value because it appreciates over time, right? The construction period takes anywhere from 4 years to 7 years. And one of the risks that you take is there may be a chance sometimes that the construction can get delayed. In full transparency, in the pandemic, because there were a lot of lockdowns, ang daming developers who had to pause construction because either it was a lockdown or there weren't enough construction workers. So there are some risks inherent to going with pre-selling. So that's a decision you need to make. If you need to use the property today, go for an RFO. If you're willing to wait for a number of years, you don't need it yet, kunyari, ibibigay nyo sa anak nyo, papasok pa lang ng college yung anak nyo, and you want to give it 4 years later, 5 years later, then you can go for pre-selling. But be aware that there is always a risk of delays, which is why we also always advise you go with big trusted developers because these developers have the resources. Despite things that happen, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang construction. So be aware of that. So as mentioned, for RFO, you can move in almost immediately. For RLC Residences, we have a lot of available RFO projects depending on what your needs are. So for those looking for properties, for example, in BGC, we have the Tryon Towers in Bonifacio Global City. For those looking for an RFO property along Rojas Boulevard, we have Radiance Manila Bay. Magnolia Residences is in New Manila, Quezon City. Axis Residences at Pioneer and Chimes Green Hills at Annapolis, San Juan. One of the advantages you get from working and exploring an RFO property with RLC Residences, a lot of our residences are mixed use or mixed development. So for example, Magnolia is right next to Robinson's Magnolia Mall. So you get a lot of benefits by having a mall right next to the property for that one. So lots of options available for RFO from a location standpoint. Now, if you think about it, one of the things you should also be asking yourself is, when I buy a property, whether pre-selling or RFO, what options are available, right? You've pinned down your budget, you know now what payment terms you can afford, but what are the other factors you can look at when you think of buying, whether pre-selling or RFO? First of all is location, right? Sometimes a lot of people overlook it, but you have to be very clear on what location you want to go into. For pre-selling, it's a little bit tricky at times because if the building will be finished 4, 5, 7 years later, you need to anticipate, well, will that location be something that will be important for me 4, 5, 7 years later? So location, very, very important, whether pre-selling or RFO. RLC Residences, for example, has properties all over Metro Manila, in Cebu, and soon in Pampanga near Clark. So always keep in mind and ask yourself, what's the location that I'm looking for? Lifestyle. Depende sa stage nyo ng buhay, sinong gagamit, what kind of lifestyle do you want to have when you buy a condo? Do you want to be in the middle of the city where the action is? Look for a property that's in the CBD of a city. Do you want something that's a little bit laid back? You can also look for options there. So for those looking, for example, for a laid-back lifestyle, RLC Residences offers two options. We have one in Woodsville Crest in Parañaque and Sierra Valley Gardens in Rizal. So it also depends on what kind of lifestyle you want to live when you want to choose a condo. Next is, it sounds silly, but the view also is something you should always consider. You're buying a condo, which means you're gonna live above ground. So when you live above ground, ano bang makikita mo sa araw-araw na nagigising ka? Right? To a lot of people, the view is very important. So choose a location that offers a great view if a view is something that's important to you. So for example, for RLC Residences, we offer our Amisa Private Residences in Cebu, which has an incomparable view of Punta Engaño in Mactan, Cebu, a 360 view of the bay. So if this is important for you, consider it. To a lot of people, they don't mind if they look out the window and they just see the next tower. But for a lot of other people, it's important to look at what they'll see every day when they look out the window. For the unit, well, whether pre-selling or RFO, what do you want? Do you want a studio unit, a one-bedroom, a two-bedroom, a penthouse? If it's pre-selling, you have a lot more flexibility to choose your floor, your preferred view, even the unit number or letter that you want. For those that believe that number 8 is a lucky number, you can actually look for a unit with an 8 in your unit, and if you're willing to pay extra for that one. For pre-selling, it gives you a lot more flexibility. Some of our buyers want to get combined units. They want to buy a studio and a one-bedroom, combine it, so it's a bigger unit. So most developers offer pre-selected unit combinations for that. For RFO, it's not so customizable kasi nagawa na yung building right? So you're limited a lot more if you want to customize it. So one thing to consider, if you're okay with the standard cuts offered by the developer, then go for an RFO. If you want to customize it a little bit, pre-selling might be better for you. Elevated lifestyle spaces. Every time we introduce a new tower, we try to upgrade the facilities, the amenities, not just within the unit but also outside. So for example, for our third tower in Sync, we offer work-from-home nooks, advanced smart home features. It's fiber-ready, and there are upgrades we've provided to the kitchen and toilet and bath. Some of them are not available in Tower 1, just because Tower 1 was launched 3-4 years ago. So something to consider as you look at RFO and pre-selling. We've also upgraded deliverables. So a lot of times, when it's a multi-tower project, the developer will upgrade the deliverables even in the amenities. So sometimes Tower 1 will have a smaller pool, but Tower 2 and 3 will have a bigger pool and other upgraded amenities. So something to consider as you explore between RFO and pre-selling. The deliverables get upgraded as we introduce more towers. Advanced unit and residential features. As I mentioned earlier, for pre-selling, if you get recently launched towers versus previous ones, you may get advanced features. And as I mentioned, smart home features are upgraded as we go along for each tower. For RFO, yes, you can still upgrade the unit amenities, pero it takes a little bit more effort kasi again, nagawa na yung building. Now, before I close off, some tips that we can offer as you search for your home, or what as we call it, home investment hacks. Research, research, research. Don't rush into buying property. The biggest mistake you can make is for someone to force you to buy property na hindi pa kayo sure na yun yung gusto nyo, kailangan nyo, at kaya nyo. So do your research. Ask friends who have invested in real estate. If you don't know anyone close who has invested in real estate, then find a real estate seller that you can trust because they will be your partner as you buy your new home. For those who are interested to explore RLC Residences, who's from RLC Residences? Raise your hands. Look for an RLC Residences seller and we'll be more than happy to help you. So do your research. Make that informed decision. Get the opinions of people you respect, admire, not just heart, although she's someone I respect and admire a lot, but talk to people you trust. Reach out to them and ask for their opinion. A lot of factors go into buying a home, so ask them about it. And lastly, location potential. I mentioned earlier that location is a very important factor when you choose it. But nowadays, a lot of projects are located in areas that we call estates, where the development potential is very high. So for example, for RLC Residences, we have estates in Pasig and QC called Bridgetown along C5, Sierra Valley in Cainta, the first in the east, and Montclair in Porac, Pampanga. When you buy a condo in an estate, you can expect not just to get your typical neighborhood, but more advanced developments, and that can be a factor on what you're looking for. For RFO, really take the time to visit the property. Inspect the unit, inspect the common areas, inspect the amenities, talk to the property management office. Get to know the community so you can make an informed choice. And then, maybe just to close off, know the purpose of why you're buying real estate. Again, pag medyo magaling yung nagbebenta sa inyo, minsan mako-convince kayo to buy right away and sign. But ask yourself the question, why are you buying property in the first place? Is it a retirement gift for yourself? Now, once you hit retirement age, you'll go back to the Philippines and retire? Is it for your family? Is it for investment purposes na you want to rent it out to people and they'll just pay for rent? So know the purpose of your investment, whether it's for end use, as an investment, it's a gift. It's a great way to guide you on the choice you'll make for your condo. As mentioned, visit the property if it's ready for occupancy. If it's for pre-selling, find out as much as possible. Huwag kayong mahiya magtanong. A lot of times, you get embarrassed to ask basic questions. Magkano ba yung monthly? Paano ko babayaran to? Kailangan ba cheque? Huwag kayong mahiya. Ask the questions so you can learn as much as you can about it. Know the value-added services provided by the developer and the property. It's not just about the condo that you're buying. You're buying the homeowner experience, the unit, the amenities, the retail experience, and value-added services. For RLC Residences, for example, we provide value-added services like My RLC. It's an app dedicated for homeowners so they can conduct their business online, and RingRob, an online concierge for your needs. And know your financing options, right? A lot of times, sellers will just say, eto na yung payment terms mo, meron ka na. Push back, ask what are the other options that I have so you have the best information that you can make. And lastly, know your investment partner. When you buy a condo or any piece of property, you're making a bet on the developer who's building it for you. Deal with reputable developers, brokers, real estate sellers, and know about them. At the risk of bragging a little bit, for RLC Residences, we're a multi-awarded real estate developer with over 30 years of experience. We have been successfully delivering and building beautiful, well-designed condominiums for a long period of time, and we've won a list of awards I'm not even going to mention, right? And the reason why we were awarded all of these is because we tried to put the customer at the center. So try to know your best about the developer who you're buying a condo from, because you're making that big bet, and the developer should be your partner as you invest into your new home. We are guided by the wisdom of our conglomerate, the Gokongwei Group, and by the wisdom of our CEO, Frederick Digo. So that's it for my presentation. But to close off, let me show you a video that talks a little bit more about how in RLC Residences, we try to put the customer at the center.
Everything I know about parenting, I learned from my daughter. Because of her, I had to learn how to be funny. Because of her, I had to learn to be attentive. I learned a different kind of caring. I discovered a different kind of love. I was not sure how to be a father, but I became determined to provide her with all the happiness I could provide. I want to bring joy into her life, exactly like how she brings it into mine.
So I had to raise the game. Your dreams have always been the core of our foundation. For over 3 decades, we have been steadfast in our commitment to serve you with better choices, authenticity, and integrity. Mastering our craft involves understanding how you and your family can experience delightful moments every single time. Because it's about living the best life.
The decision was not made without hesitation. Was I really ready to take the plunge? So I did what any strong, independent woman would do these days. I searched online. And after seeing all the pictures, reading about other people's experiences, I decided to meet up with someone. He sounded so confident, and he made me feel very comfortable. But most importantly, what he showed me was just fantastic. So while I was still nervous about deciding, deep down I knew
This is a place worth calling home. A home that's smart and ready for your future. A beautiful home that you can be proud of. A happy place that welcomes you each and every day, allowing you to make deep and meaningful connections.
You could say that we are a family that lives on video calls. We have a digital home virtually connected by the internet, despite being very physically separated by an entire ocean. But to have a real home in a safe community, well, that has always been a dream. A dream that my husband and I agreed to make sacrifices for. So please forgive me if I'm a little bit emotional. But when I saw the unit being turned over to my family, I couldn't help but cry. Even from halfway across the world, it is an overwhelming feeling to see
your dreams come true. For us, this is a lifelong commitment. We are here to build the dream homes you envision. Welcome home to RLC Residences.
Thank you very much. Welcome again to the PPIE and welcome home to RLC Residences.
Thank you, Chad, for the very insightful presentation. Now visit the booth of RLC Residences and learn more about their projects. Wow, I'm pretty sure the audience are very, very excited to, now that they hear the rest of the speakers for today. But before that, let me first thank our partners. Our food sponsored for today, we have Teriyaki Boy,
Agemon Express, Paluto Restaurant, Wendeli. Our social media influencers, Abdul Bandon of MPD Pinoy Newsfeed, Dan Lester Dabon of Racing Denaya, M. Serrano of M. Serrano Vlog, J. Tolentino of J. Adrian Tolentino, Miko Banwa of Miko Banwa. And of course, our community partners, Barista Community Middle East, Bayanihan Abu Dhabi Council, Emirates Culinary Guild, Filipino Nurses Association in the Emirates, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines UAE Chapter, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines UAE Chapter, Masta Bartenders Association, Philippine Business Council Abu Dhabi, Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants,
Philippine
Dubai.
Society of Mechanical Engineers, Society of Human Resources, Resource Professionals and Associates, United Architects of the Philippines Abu Dhabi Chapter, Al Alfia Filipino Private School, Far Eastern Private School, New Filipino Private School, and the Philippine Global School.
All right, so before we proceed to the next session, I have exciting prizes to give away all afternoon, all evening. From today and tomorrow, I have, ako lang. We have TFT merch, we have t-shirts, eco bags, mugs. We also have gold. We're giving away gold, small appliances, perfumes.
Nanonood, yes. Para sa mga nanonood, nandito po tayo ngayon sa Crowne Plaza. We'll be here until tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Para sa mga gustong matuto ng financial literacy, we have experts that will be speaking today and tomorrow. And of course, you have options of different properties na maaari niyong pag-investan o magtanong, di ba? Paano nga ba mag-start
and
mag-invest?
aside from properties, we have banks, we have airlines na nandito din ngayon. Yes, that's correct. And for the third question, ganun lang po kadali. Third question is that, what do you call, kung kayo ay nakinig, what do you call the properties that are newly launched but are not yet developed or ginagawa pa lamang? Ulit, dito po, punta po tayo dito. Huwag po tayong mahiya. Ano pong tawag sa property na listen to the speakers lang, the topic. So yon. So let's not keep everyone waiting.
All right, and now let's keep the ball rolling. We will proceed with our first panel discussion, wherein we will be hearing about the most in-demand properties in Manila. Let us open the floor for our discussion titled Hinahanap-Hanap Ka Manila. Friends, let's welcome our panelists. The regional head of Ayala Land International Sales Incorporated, we have Manny Arbues. Division head and vice president of Greenfield Land Corporation, we have Michael Lo Reyes. Palakpakan po natin, palabas na po ang ating mga speakers.
And Group Head of Sales of Federal Land Incorporated, Maria Margarita Science Resurrection, moderated by Founder and Chief Executive Officer of New Perspective Media Group and Editor-in-Chief of the Filipino Times, Dr. Karen Rimo.
All right. All right, again, while we're waiting to start our session, binabati lang ulit namin, and would like to thank our sponsors. We have RLC Residences, our gold sponsors, our gold sponsor, and for our silver sponsors, we have Ayala Land, Greenfield, Double Dragon, and Federal Land. At ang aming mga exhibitors po today, we have DMCI, we have DMCI, we have Houseland, and of course, Sino pa? Sino pa ang aming exhibitor? Nakaikot na ba ang lahat?
Yes, our participating exhibitors, Santa Lucia Land, House Land Development Corporation, DMCI Homes, BPI, Remata, Piso Pay. And speaking of Remata and Piso Pay, we would like to invite everyone to visit New Perspective Marketing International, Inc., where you will be able to get to know more about the newest value for money real estate marketplace remata.com.ph and learn about the latest mobile app, Piso Pal.
Again, binabati po namin ang lahat na nanonood sa ating Facebook ngayon, sa The Filipino Times and PPIE Facebook accounts. Nandito po tayo ngayon sa Crowne Plaza. For today and tomorrow, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., we'll be doing a lot of financial literacy talks. We have experts here who will be sharing their expertise, their knowledge, deep knowledge on investments, para po matuto tayo, makatulong on how we could actually arrive on a sound decision on what kind of investment we're looking for or that would fit yung
investment
requirement
appetite
natin, di ba? Yung investment appetite natin. And of course, meron tayong mga actual exhibitors here na maaari ding ninyong ma-consult at makita yung mga projects and developments na available sa kanila. At karamihan sa kanila, meron mga special offer din na ino-offer. Ngayon lang, exclusive sa ating PPIE.
And by the way, Vince, you guys, siguro pagka-register nyo, those who are registered as visitors, kayo po ay binigyan ng 3 papel.
Yes.
So 3 post-it stickers po ang ibinigay sa inyo. Why? Because we are partnered with Filipino schools at ang mga estudyante po ay gumawa po ng kanilang own interpretation ng kanilang dream home. or
Ayan, so
dream
kung
house.
nakikita nyo doon sa hallway natin, may mga posters at meron din mga miniature na gawa sa recyclables, di ba? Pwede kayong bumoto at bukas i-announce natin ng winners from the participating schools from Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Sharjah, di ba? Mga Philippine
Yes.
schools yan. At hindi na po namin kayo pahihintayin pa. Ang ating session title, Dinahanap-Hanap Ka Manila. Again, our panelists, we have Manny Abres from Ayala, we have Michael Law from Greenfield, and we have Gita from Federal Land,
Land.
and of course,
Moderated by Dr. Karen Remo.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Rain. Thank you very much, Vince. Our homegrown master of the ceremonies from New Perspective Media and the Filipino Times. We're very, very happy that actually
Parang if it's a choice between Metro Manila or other countries, other areas in the Philippines, you can never Manila that commonly ito yung Quiapo, no, yung old Manila, no. Quiapo, hindi ako masyadong familiar doon sa ibang areas, pero where the university belt is, yung mga Luneta side, yan yung Manila, no. Metro Manila, however, is composed of several cities and municipalities. So kasama na diyan ang Quezon City, Pasig, Makati, hindi ako masyado familiar pa that's Metro Manila, no? And active sa mga Filipinos abroad, no? Yung meron kang passive income habang nagtatrabaho ka dito sa UAE or abroad, no? Tapos meron kang investment sa Manila na paparentahan mo, that's additional income. Yan.
Okay. By the way, mga ka-TFT, mga ka-PPIE, live po tayo ngayon sa Facebook page ng The Filipino Times. So hello po sa ating 4.5 million viewers on a monthly basis. So whatever that we're seeing right now could be used for us. And mga tanong po ng ating ka-TFT, I was looking at the questions. We have got webinars on almost every week, you know, in preparation for this event. And ang mga tinatanong nila is, hindi ba saturated na ang market ng Metro Manila? Puno na ang Manila, tapos nagmo-move out na sila. Talaga bang meron pa ring market for growth ang Metro Manila, considering na umaalis na nga yung mga tao palabas, especially for the work from home. They can work in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, hindi na kailangan bumili ng property sa Manila. What's your point on that? What's your perspective on that? Anyone can answer. Yeah.
Ako na yung mic, so ako na. Well, nung pandemic, no, nung naka-lockdown, that may be true. Pwedeng totoo yun, no? However, because meron ng back-to-school order, no, ang Department of Education and then the government, and then even yung mga nagtatrabaho, no, hindi na masyadong ini-encourage yung work from home, no, back to the office. Even kami sa Ayala Land, no, balik na kami sa office. Anong ibig sabihin nun, di ba? Yung dati na malayo ka, nawala na ulit. Gusto mo pa rin, nakatira ka doon sa lugar kung nasaan malapit yung office, no? Kung nasaan malapit yung mall, yung pwede ka
Na super higher ang demand in Manila in the case of federal land.
Yeah, same with especially with the schools. Like in the case of federal land, we have some projects in close proximity to either the university belt or even near the high schools like Xavier and Poveda. We have our One Wilson Square in San Juan, or we have the Capitol Tower in E. Rodriguez, where all the medical schools are. So since maybe 2021, biglang nag-pick up na. Not even before the start of face-to-face. But, you know, people are seeing the opportunity because of capital appreciation. So they've realized that since developers are offering very flexible terms, that now would be a good time to buy.
Especially sa mga balak magkaanak dyan. O, di ba? As early as now, mag-invest na ng mga investments para sa inyong magiging anak. Or sa inyong mga little kids. If ito yung nagiging trend na talagang mag-aaral pa rin sa Manila at the end of the day, of course, there are wonderful schools in the provinces. But of course, may mga nagnanais o nangangarap na isend ang kanilang mga anak sa magandang school sa Manila. Okay, what about for you in the case of Greenfield, Michael?
Well, actually, the funny thing was, during the pandemic, there is actually a surge of increase of demand of properties, which is on the horizontal part. I think the people realize...
Wait lang, Michael. Sa ating po mga kababayan, ano po yung horizontal at saka ano po
horizontal
yung vertical?
is house and lot, and vertical is condominium property.
Okay, ulit din natin. So pagka po ganyan, horizontal house and lot po. Pag nakarinig po kayo ng vertical properties, condominium.
Condominium.
Ayan, meron tayong Real Estate 101 today. Sige, Michael.
There you go. So there was actually a surge during the start of the pandemic. And the funny thing was, we even had to release phase 3 of one of our projects, which is Solen Residences in Santa Rosa, Laguna. I think people started to realize that space is actually important because we were confined in a small space, lalo na pag naka-condominium ka. Because I myself, I live in a 30, 50 square meter property in a condominium in Makati, and I was kind of restricted. So people started to realize, especially if you have the money, why not invest in a huge or bigger property? So definitely, I think this is one of the reasons that people started to invest again back in real estate.
Ayan. So kung ikaw pala ay, thank you, Michael. Kung ikaw pala ay mag-i-invest para paupahan, siguro smaller spaces are okay. But if you're gonna live there, baka medyo malaki-laki na yung space. Sino po nakaranas ng pandemic dito? I think 100% tayo. Di ba? And dun po sa mga nakaranas ng pandemic, lahat po tayo yun. Na-experience po ba nyo na maburyo sa kasama nyo? Kasi 24 hours siyang kasama sa bahay. Sino po dito yung medyo na-inis sa kasama sa bahay? Oh, according to our survey, 40%. Yun pong 60% shy. Ayaw pong i-admit. So definitely, we can see the trend here that even if there's pandemic, tumataas pa rin po ang demand. And I heard that the demand was actually impressive even at the midst of the pandemic. Is that right?
Yes. In the case of Ayala Land, Karen, madagdag ko lang, no? Yung demand for properties outside of Metro Manila and yung mga lot and house and lot, actually nasa upper level. No? In the case of Ayala Land, ito yung mga Ayala Land Premier and Alveo. The demand, however, dun sa mga mid-market at saka yung economic housing brand natin like Abida and Amaya has actually grown. No? Na-realize namin, ang rason is because itong mga projects natin na to, although condominium siya, they have a very strong property management service. No? So, ang condominium management nitong mga projects namin, nakaset siya, na-identify agad how to handle COVID cases. No? I myself had COVID February of last year. Doon ako sa unit, nag-quarantine. And I was so happy. Ang ganda ng service nila. No? Hindi, meron kaming RFID card. Immediately, kinancel yung access ko. I cannot go out. Di ako pwedeng paikot-ikot, which means safe yung ibang resident. Yung mga food deliveries ko, other deliveries, dinadala sa unit, paakyat. I don't have to go down. No? Mag-isa lang ako. Siyempre, wala akong kasama, quarantine ako. So, na-realize ng mga tao, if you are living in a condominium unit, okay lang as long as nakaset ng maayos yung property management. And there was even a standby nurse and doctor. So, saan ka hahanap ng ganong klaseng residential investment, di ba?
I love that point. Kasi kanina, we heard from Michael, that one of the good things when you're having a horizontal property, house and lot, is may space ka. Di ba? The problem is, wala kang shared resources naman in terms of logistics. Whereas, if you're actually living in a vertical apartment, makikita mo na, ay shucks, meron palang concierge. So may maghahatid sa'yo ng pagkain and ever. And pati po sa delivery sa Philippines, di ba? Kung sa house and lot ka nakatira, which is good kasi basta meron kang tao sa bahay, pag delivery point na sa mga condominium, may tatanggap ng delivery 24 hours in a day. So there are pros and cons, and Metro Manila apparently can offer both vertical and horizontal And my perception of Metro Manila was actually, as you mentioned, it's just the old Manila. Metro Manila pala is bigger na. So, if we're looking at investing, pag sabi mo, where are you going to invest? Metro Manila. So, Metro Manila ba, like Laguna is included in there?
Yes, it
Hindi
is
ba?
now.
So depende on the developers on this one. I am Vince.
Laguna is
Kailangan ko
Calabarzon.
ng-
For Greenfield,
Ah,
yes.
Calabarzon. Okay, mga geography here. So, ang ano po natin here is that when we invest, so alam natin ang purpose, alam natin ang pros and cons para hindi tayo nagugulat na lahat iaasahan natin from one development. Okay? Could you, I mean, we're giving free airtime here. Could you tell us, ano yung may i-recommend nyo na property na currently that's in Metro Manila in your case, or Manila, na tingin nyo napapatok sa OFW market natin?
Well, in our case, we have a subsidiary brand in Federal Land called Horizon Land na patok talaga sa OFW market. And a couple of these that I may mention are Siena Towers in Marikina, which is really just a stone's throw away from Ateneo, UP, Miriam College. Pero ang taas ng difference ng price points, it's a lot more affordable. And aside from that, since nag-start yung pandemic, the developers, including ourselves, have really been very aggressive in offering very flexible payment terms. Dati, kailangan tayo mag-ipon ng ilang taon para lang makapag-come up ng down payment na 20%. Kasi lump sum down payment, that's the only term available. But now we even have very flexible no down payment terms na yung 20% na yon pwede mong bayaran. Some developers are even offering up to 60 months. Before, then as soon as you can complete that 60 months, pwede kang mag-avail ng in-house financing sa developer, or you can also borrow from the bank. So that's one, that's Siena Tower, and then the other one is Quantum Residences, which is at the corner of Taft Avenue and Hilpuyat Avenue. So magandang investment instrument naman kasi nasa university belt siya. So ang dali-dali, ang dami-daming, ang laki-laki ng demand ng mga parents na nagpapaaral sa mga anak nila. So those are just two of the properties I can mention.
Okay. So, Gita, so si Siena in Marikina, so what is the starting point of the prices in there?
Like you can have a one-bedroom unit for 4 million.
Meron kang studio?
Walang studio sa Siena, but sa Quantum Residences meron, and also starting at about 4 million.
Okay, so how much would be the monthly installment for the down payment?
So 30,000 a month you can have a condominium already, and we even have ready for occupancy units where imbes na magbayad ka ng rent, since ready for occupancy na yan, we have lease to own terms. So you're just paying a little bit higher than rent for the lease to own term, but really you're leasing for 2 years. At pag nakabuo ka na ng 20%, the good thing about this, you can move in right away. So it's like you're really renting a property.
And how much is the rental for a one-bedroom in that area?
Let's say, for example, if the rental would be about 24,000, the lease to own term would be about 30,000.
Okay, so that's a good point. So 24,000 pag renta ka, then if you actually buy it on a monthly amortization or monthly payment, that would be 30,000.
Oo,
So
pero investment na yan, hindi na yan rental expense, di ba?
And then the property is what you call, diba, unlimited income na siya after mabayaran yung property. So yung income yan, tuloy-tuloy na siya after mo mabayaran. Okay, so that's nice. Thanks, Gita. Michael?
For Greenfield, we have pre-selling at Zadia. This is located in Santa Rosa, Laguna. We are selling Tower 3. It's one of our sellable markets here in UAE. We sold a lot since 2019, even during the pandemic, 2020, and last year, 2021. Our price point here is around 3 million only, and you can actually avail this with no down payment at all, and the reservations around 18,000 only. Also, we have another property in Greenfield District located in Mandaluyong, which is the heart of Metro Manila. It's ready for occupancy. The name of the project is Zitan Residences, and the price point for this one is around 4 million. For this one,
Yes, of course, meron po tayong booth. We are supported by our property specialists for anybody who wants to know more.
Yes,
Punta lang po tayo sa kanya-kanyang booth.
Basta sigurado ako 500 dirhams yung monthly lang yan. If you want bigger unit, kung gusto mo mas malaking unit, yan, yung mga prime top. Again, nasa mga 500 dirhams lang yan. Kung gusto naman ninyo mas mura, no? Pero parang mas future na rental income, Makati South Point ng Abida. Ang target market niyan, yung gustong mag-rent na taga Makati, yung mga employees.
Uy, teka, masyado nang madami.
Madami na ba?
Oo,
Oh,
nakakawalo
sige,
na.
No,
So, ano na tayo?
okay.
Wrap up. But you will see na kayang-kaya po natin. Kung tayo po ay mag-iipon, di ba, to be able to do that, sabi nga ni Manny, meron tayong 500 dirhams. Sabi nga ni Gita, andun na tumataas ang value ng property, especially dun sa mga students area. And then Michael also mentioned that nakikita natin na hindi lang sa condominium, pati pala sa mga house and lot, dumadami rin ang demand for everyone, depending on the purpose that you have. Mga 2-3 liners, anong inyong best advice sa ating mga ka-PPIE at mga ka-TFT dyan?
Well, before I give any advice, I want to survey the crowd here. By a show of hands, how many of us here have made an investment in real estate already? Please raise your hand. Okay, maybe 70, 80%, no? Okay, next question. By a show of hands, how many have regretted that you made that real estate purchase? 0. So my advice is that really the best time to buy real estate is yesterday, because your property appreciation, your property will appreciate, it will not go down. Even in the worst of times in the Philippines, during the Asian financial crisis, the global financial crisis, the pandemic, the worst that happened is that the prices just stayed level, but it never went down. So if you think, I'll wait another year or two, maybe it will be more affordable, it will not. You better buy now.
Okay, thanks, Gita. The best time to invest in property market was? Yesterday, nakikinig sila. Thank you so much, audience. Michael?
Well, my piece of advice is that feel free to drop by in any of our booths, because I'm very, very proud to be part of the real estate industry. Because, you know, one good thing about all the developers right now is we're creating a lot of communities in every town, in every part of the Philippines. So, ang advice ko lang is that I know OFWs because my dad used to work for the Philippine Embassy and I've been traveling with him everywhere we go. So, ang advice ko lang, never stop investing on yourself and of course back at home. The reason why you guys are actually here because you want to earn a good life and probably open up a business and buy your future home. So, never stop investing.
Okay, never stop investing in yourself and back home. Okay, thank you, Michael. Sir Manny, what's your advice?
Okay. Gusto ko i-address yung mga kababayan natin na okay na kayo during the pandemic, no? Ayoko i-address yung mga medyo nanganganib pa sa trabaho, no? Because ayoko na magdidesisyon kayo and then eventually sabi nga ni Gita, no, you'll regret because nainggit ka lang, may kabarkada ka na bumili, di ba? So kung okay ka naman sa UAE, maganda naman yung trabaho mo, valued employee ka nung boss mo, okay? Huwag ka matakot na mag-invest, no? Marami kasi ako napansin, no, after handling international operation for several years, marami na ako nakakausap na kababayan, takot na takot sila. Anong sinasabi ko? Yung sweldo mo ngayon, di ba? Hindi yan pareho ng sweldo mo 5 years ago. Tama?
Sabi yan ng TFT survey. Tumaas talaga daw.
Tumataas ang sweldo mo, no? And definitely, because yung sweldo mo ngayon, mas mataas kaysa sa sweldo mo 5 years ago, what more 5 years from now? Okay? However, ito lang yung pinaka-importanting ina-advise ko lagi. Be prepared to make some adjustments sa lifestyle. Sa mga lalaki, medyo hinay-hinay sa pagbili ng Nike. Diba? Yung mga Jordan. Sa mga babae, hinay-hinay. Louis Vuitton. Sabay tingin sa bag ni Karen, no? Medyo hinay-hinay tayo doon. Kung dati nagde-date tayo, dinner date 3 times a week, medyo once a week na lang siguro, no? Or twice a month. Hinay-hinay muna tayo sa gastos until such time na medyo nakapa na natin, no, nakakapagbayad na tayo ng down payment natin, medyo may konti na tayong napapadala sa pamilya natin, no? And then that's the time, eto na, pwede ka na uli bumili ng Jordan, pwede ka na uli bumili ng Louis Vuitton, di ba? Be prepared for that. But nonetheless, huwag kang matakot. Okay? Because kung ano man yung sweldo mo ngayon will not be the same. The worst that can happen to you, yung sabi ni Gita, regret. 5 years from now, you will regret, sana pala yung mas malaking unit na yung binili ko. Sana pala 2-bedroom na lang yung kinuha ko. Sana pala mas malaking bahay yung binili ko. Okay? So, if you need, obviously, no, among all of us, ako yata yung pinaka-maraming wealth of knowledge dahil sa kulay ng buhok, no? Nandito lang ako, pakalat-kalat lang ako dyan, I will still be here tomorrow. Kung meron ka lang gustong kausap, no? Kung meron kang konting advice, and ako kasi I'm very, very direct, no? Makipagkwentuhan tayo, no? Tama-tama, I'm battling jet lag, no? Kakadating ko lang yung metro sa galing Manila. Kwentuhan tayo. I'm willing to share a wealth of knowledge and experience sa inyo lahat. Thank you.
Wow. So hinay-hinay sa gastos and don't be afraid to invest. Again, we're live in FB, in the Filipino Times. Hello po sa ating mga viewers dyan. Usap tayo. Sabi nga, di ba? Let's usap. Let's talk. And we'll be able to talk more about your future. So we've learned from the experts, you've heard it. From Manny Arbez of Ayala Land, Gita Suarez, Resurrection, did I pronounce it right? From Federal Land, and Michael Reyes from Greenfield. So ano pong hinihintay natin? Visit PPIE, be able to speak with the experts who have flown all the way from the Philippines to just be in here for all of us. And thank you so much for your time, for the Well of Wisdom. Abangan po natin sila. They will be in their booth. And please feel free to speak with all our experts. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Ka-TFT, mahilig ka bang magkape? Alam bang kapag inipon mo ang gastos mo sa bawat cup ng kape sa loob ng isang buwan, pwede ka na makabili ng property? Hindi ako nagbibiro, natutunan ko yan sa PPIE. Sabi nila, for as low as 700 to 1,000 dirhams, pwede ka na makabili ng iyong dream property sa Pilipinas. Okay lang naman magkape paminsan-minsan kasi nga naman, deserve. Pero ang konting pagtitiis, kapalit naman ay pagtupad sa pangarap mong matamis. Mas masarap nga namang magkape sa bahay na matatawag mong iyo. Kaya naman magkita-kita tayo sa Philippine Property and Investments Exhibition na gaganapin sa November 5 and 6 sa Crowne Plaza, Dubai. Mag-register na sa www.ppie.ae. See you there!
All right, so before we proceed to the next session, Vince, let's do another quick Q&A. We're giving away TFT merch, t-shirts, eco bags, and mugs. We also have gold. We also have small appliances, perfumes, wallets, dinnerware, and of course, tomorrow will be the grand prize to be given away, which is Philippine Airlines round-trip ticket, Dubai, Manila, Dubai. And again, the mechanics are just simple. First one to come here, dito po sa harap ay mananalo ng mga items na binanggit ko. So, winners can claim their prizes sa the Filipino Times booth. And again, it's all about the presentation earlier. And, okay.
Alright.
Question number 1.
Anong question natin dyan? Sa mga kung kayo ay nakikinig kanina, ang unang tanong natin ay, ano ang
location sa Pilipinas ang focus ng panel discussion kanina lang? Or the Filipino Times.
Different prices po yung mapapanalunan nyo. We have TFT merch and we have like different appliance na pwede nyo may uwi. At syempre, sa mga nanonood sa inyo, hindi pa po huli ang lahat because we're gonna be here in Crowne Plaza, Sheikh Zayed Road until 9 p.m. today and until tomorrow po, we'll be here from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. At sa mga pupunta dito, ngayon at bukas, maaari po kayo manalo sa ating grand prize, di ba? Sa ating mga question and answer. Tomorrow ng
airline ticket.
Airline ticket. Dubai, Manila, Dubai. Hatid
Yes.
yan sa inyo ng Philippine Airlines, our airline partner.
All right. And for the second question, give us one high rental income location within Manila. Ito yung mga center of activities na location within Metro Manila. Lugar po sa Metro Manila.
Lugar sa Manila.
Yes, sir.
Ayan, sir.
Cubao? Yes.
Yes.
Of
diba?
course. Cubao is...
Yan ay nasa Manila. Nandyan ang mga bus station, di ba? Bakit nga naman hindi siya?
Thank you.
high traffic?
Congratulations po.
Again, ano pang question mo dyan, Rain?
Okay, third question. Real Estate 101, sabi nga ni
Miss
Dr. Karen.
Karen,
So ano ba ang tawag sa properties tulad ng bahay, house?
So, yun ang topic natin for today. Solid ba mag-invest sa Philippines? So, you may have heard that prices have been shooting up in the market in the Philippines from commodities such as rice and sugar, gas, diesel, just like everywhere else in the world. Pero pag tumataas ang mga presyo ng mga bilihin, pati yung property values tumataas. So that gives us a good opportunity to really start investing in real estate. So if you invest in real estate, you may think na mas susceptible tayo sa high interest rates because tumataas yung mga interest rates. Pero wag natin kalimutan na kahit tumataas yung interest rates, nababawi naman yan kasi tumataas rin naman yung yung capital value ng mga investment natin or yung mga rental, di ba? So I'm sorry, I'm clicking I'm clicking my laptop. Okay. So, number one reason why the Philippines remains an investment hotspot. Number one is its strategic location. We are in the hub of the ASEAN region, and we are in a good location. We are a great trading hub. We have seaports all over our archipelago. And then, aside from that, even then, we have a lot more areas that are being developed in the Philippines. So developers are continuing to build residential developments, offices, commercial, and even resorts outside Metro Manila, including the fringes of Metro Manila, like Cavite, Laguna, Bulacan, Pampanga. Number two, consistent economic growth. Given the pandemic, we can say that the Philippines is doing well compared to other countries. Despite the global economic growth, the economic crisis, we have still achieved economic growth following the relaxation of the COVID-19 restrictions, the vaccination program of the government and private sectors. And in fact, according to several global experts, the Philippines remains the strongest growing economy in the ASEAN 5 in 2022. So, as you can see here, our growth domestic product forecast was between 6.3 to 7.5. But the good news is, as you can see, we are actually currently now already at 7.4%. So, if you look at the graph here, look at the bottom of the V there, encircled in red. That is us in 2022. So if you can see the previous years before that, we were experiencing very steady growth until the pandemic happened. So from about 6 to 7% growth, we went down to -10. That's a very steep decline to that level. But look how quickly we have been able to rebound. In 2021, we started going up already. And right now, like I said, we are already at 7.4% from 12.1%, growth from 12.1% a year ago. And do you know what one of the strongest drivers of our economy is? It is you, our dear kababayans. Your remittances are driving the economy of our country. Do you know that of the pandemic. Before that, 2019, you can see just a very small decline from when the pandemic happened in 2020. When practically the entire world grounded to a stop because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yung mga kababayan natin, walang hinto, nagpapadala pa rin sa mga pamilya nila. So, konting dip lang siya in 2020, and then you can see the second from the right, umakyat na naman siya already in 2021. And again, in 2022, just in the first 8 months of 2022, our remittances has been already $23.3 billion and is expected to rise to 4% in 2022. So it's really because of you, our dear OFWs, who we have to thank. You're truly our economic heroes. So in behalf of the whole Philippines, I would like to thank all our kababayans for their contribution. So I'm sure alam nyo how high the exchange rate is now for the US dollar or for the dirham to Philippine peso. It's gone up to almost 60 pesos to the dollar and 16 pesos to the dirham. And it continues to rise. And for foreign currency earners like yourself, this is a good opportunity to take advantage of since mas mataas ang purchasing power ng US dollar sa Pilipinas, mas kakayanin or mas mura lalabas kung bibili tayo ngayon ng real estate. So, dahil pwedeng tumaas din yung mga presyo, mas magandang tumataas din yung presyo ng property. So, mas magandang maglagay ng pera natin sa property kasi sigurado tayong aakyat kesa So definitely, this is good for the Philippines. And one of the key drivers of growth is the Build, Build, Build project of the government. Now there are more areas connected with bridges and connectors and even new airports. One of the biggest projects right now going on in Metro Manila is the Mega Manila subway system, which traverses 5 cities. From the south, you see the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, all the way to North Avenue and even Mindanao Avenue in Quezon City. So these areas that the stations are located in will have very good value appreciation because of the easier accessibility. So as I mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, one of our projects that I wanted to mention is Siena Towers in Marikina City. We will have, it will be very accessible to the Mega Manila subway station in Katipunan, Quezon City. Aside from Siena, we also have in Ortigas. There will be two stations there, the Ortigas North and Ortigas South station, right in the vicinity of our project, the Grand Midori Ortigas. And then in BGC in Taguig, also connected to Ortigas via the BGC Ortigas Link Road. I've actually traversed this link road already. I went from the Grand Midori in Ortigas to the Seasons Residences in BGC, and it took me 15 minutes with regular traffic. So it's really cut travel time considerably. So we have our award-winning project there, the Seasons Residences. This is a joint venture with Nomura Real Estate, Japan, and we will have here the very first Mitsukoshi Mall in the Philippines. And this will be opening soon, November 18. So if you're going to be in Manila, come and visit us. We will be open very soon. And this project has been selling quite well. We're about 50% sold already on our third tower, which we just launched last year, and we will be launching our fourth tower by next year. So, like I said, the Seasons Residences is an award-winning project. No? Last year, we won Best in High-Rise Residential Building in the Philippines at the Asia Pacific Property Awards. And then just a few weeks ago, TSR won Best Luxury Condo Development in Metro Manila and Best Condo Development in the Philippines at the Property Guru Philippines Property Awards. Thank you. And this prestigious recognition qualifies us now to represent the Philippines for the Best in Asia title at the Property Guru Asia Property Award Grand Finals in Bangkok, Thailand next month. Okay, so like I mentioned, we have the Mitsukoshi Mall right downstairs. The podium of these four towers will be the Mitsukoshi Mall, and people are really looking forward to the opening, especially of the grocery, the much-awaited Mitsukoshi Fresh Supermarket. So in terms of connectivity, apart from the major telco players that we all know, we have PLDT, we have Smart, we have Globe. We also have new players coming in, such as Delnet, Dito, Bell, and soon we will have even the satellite-based Starlink of Elon Musk. And so this will definitely provide more channels to connect to people. Number 4, we have a very robust demand in Philippine real estate market. We may have experienced a decline in demand in 2020 and early 2021. However, in quarter 4, 2021 and continuously up to now, there was a significant shift. So now that we have face-to-face work and classes resuming, we have received a lot of new inquiries for real estate projects near offices. And for this year, we are happy to share with you that real estate prices on pre-selling have increased per quarter by 9.9% compared to the previous quarter. So it's going up. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So as you can see, we are actually second in Asia when it comes to rental yield at 6.13%. So ano ba ang rental yield na yan? The rental yield simply tells you how much ang ma-expect mong kitain bawat taon and how to compute for that. So yung total rent na makukuha natin sa isang taon, i-divide natin ito by how much the property cost. So for example, you rent your unit for 50,000 a month. So you multiply that by 12 months, so your expected rental revenue is 600,000. Tapos i-divide mo yan by the purchase price. So for example, you bought it for 10 million. So total rental income of 600,000 divided by purchase price of 10 million, that's 6%. So that is your annual rental yield, 6%. So pre-pandemic, some of the CBDs like Makati, BGC, Bay Area, they reported about a 7 to 9% yield in residential long-term leasing. So medyo hindi pa umaakyat to that pre-pandemic level. We're still at about, projected at about 6% right now. But with inflation, pati property prices tataas, pati rental rates tataas. So we expect that yield to go back to 7 to 9% by 2024. And dahil bumabalik na ang mga workers sa kanilang offices at nagre-rent na din ng mga condominium, tumataas na rin ang rental rate sa condominium properties sa Metro Manila. It's not as fast as pre-pandemic, but at least it's going up. So there's a rental increase in quarter 3 of 2022 by about 0.4%, and the projected annual rent increase from 2022 to 2024 of about 1.9%. And despite the pandemic, real estate land values in the key cities of Metro Manila like Makati, BGC, Manila Bay Area, and Ortigas Center have increased by 2% on average. So it shows the resilience of property appreciation in the business hubs. Number 6, new townships with flexible payment terms. So like I mentioned to most of you who were here earlier, before you would have to save for so many years in order to be able to afford to pay the 20% lump sum down payment. But because of the more flexible payment terms now, even tomorrow, as long as you can have the monthly amortization and you're able to pay that every month, then you will be able to purchase a property. Don't worry about having to save enough for a down payment. And by the time you're done with the monthly amortization, you will now be ready to be financed. No? The bank will now be ready to give you a loan. So some of the townships that we have include the New York inspired Grand Central Park in BGC in Taguig. We have the Metro Park in the Macapagal Bay area in Pasay City. We have the Tropicana Garden City in Marikina and the suburban Florida Sun Estates in Cavite, as well as the hilltop community of Marco Polo residences in Cebu. Number 7, the Philippines is the perfect place to live, work, and play. So that's why we're highlighting this, because it's really an ideal environment for especially the retirees. No? We have the lower cost of living, business opportunities, quality healthcare and education, access to travel destinations, and a safe and convenient, friendly environment. And another vital factor is our people and our culture. Investing in the Philippines, especially for foreign nationals, will be very easy because first of all, we have an English-speaking community. We are intelligent and highly skilled. We are hospitable and have a positive attitude. And we are highly resilient and hardworking. So like I mentioned, no, we have a low cost of living compared to other countries. We're number 50 globally this year in the cost of living. So that means that foreign currency purchasing power is higher and can easily support a more comfortable lifestyle that may not be easily enjoyed in other countries. And buying luxury real estate in the Philippines is actually still even more affordable as compared to other countries. If you look here on the extreme right, that is our project. That's our joint venture with SMDC called the Estate Makati. And currently, it is the most expensive condominium in the Philippines. It costs about 8,000. Land has been around for 50 years. In fact, we're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. And it's one of the fastest growing real estate developers in the country. So for those that are not familiar with us, we are actually a subsidiary of GT Capital Holdings, one of the largest business conglomerates in the country, with a market capitalization of $3.5 billion US. And not only is Federal Land one of its holdings, no? We're also very prominent in banking. I'm sure you're familiar with Metro Bank. So we have Metro Bank and PS Bank. In automotive, we have Toyota Motors Philippines and Lexus Philippines. In insurance, we have AXA in life and general insurance. Even in infrastructure and utilities with Metro Pacific and healthcare, Manila Doctors Hospital. Second, Federal Land has a number of prestigious global brand partnerships. Among them, I mentioned earlier, no, we have partnerships with Mitsukoshi Holdings and with Nomura Real Estate. We also have with Orix, Japanese financial company. And we teamed up with them, as well as Grand Hyatt Hotels, to introduce the Grand Hyatt Manila Residences. And this is the first residential condominium in Southeast Asia that carries the Grand Hyatt brand. So, like I mentioned earlier about the Cecil's Residences, because of the success of that project with our joint venture company, Nomura Real Estate, we have gone a step further and formed a joint venture company with them. So we have just launched a new joint venture company. It's called FNG, or Federal Nomura Realty, Federal Land NRE Global Incorporated. And we have several smart cities, world-class residential projects coming up in Mandaluyong, Cavite, Bay Area, and Cebu. And third, we have world-class world-class quality designs with valued international partners. So the one you're seeing on the right is the Grand Hyatt Residences in Manila and Hotel. We actually partnered with Arup in designing the project. And one of their projects is Dubai International Airport Terminal 3, the world's largest terminal building. And then next to that is the Seasons Residences. We have partnered with Japanese experts, Niken Group, which has an office here in Dubai, and one of their projects is Dubai Maritime City Landmark Tower. And then beside that, we have the Grand Midori Ortigas, designed by world-renowned Japanese architecture firm Tange Associates. And lastly, on the rightmost is the ultra-luxury pre-selling condominium property, the Estate Makati in Ayala Avenue. We partnered with world-renowned architecture firm Foster and Partners. You may not have heard of them, but I'm sure you're familiar with the HSBC headquarters in Hong Kong that was designed by Sir Norman Foster, as well as the Gherkin building in London. And here as well in Dubai is Alif, the mobility pavilion in Dubai. So of course, federal land projects have increased in value significantly since launch, particularly in the BGC, Taguig, and Macapagal Bay area, Pasay, by 102 and 230% respectively. So that really tells you, all of these projects, you can see there the launch price, for example, in BGC was 200,000 per square meter in 2017, and currently going for 404,000 per square meter now. So just to let you know, we have some pre-selling projects that we are featuring here in our booth, so please come visit. Like I mentioned earlier, we have the Grand Midori in Ortigas. We have the Peninsula Garden Midtown Homes in Manila. So it's really a very nice, thriving community, and we're offering one-bedroom units here for as low as 2.9 million pesos. And the feeling is, you're living in a condominium, but you're living in an exclusive subdivision, because this offers the biggest garden community in Manila and has a very kid-friendly environment. And the community is very active. They do several events. Like last May, they did the Santa Cruzan, and they had a bazaar last April. And then we have the Quantum Residences in Pasay. So here, there. So just here's a sample computation where you don't have to pay a down payment for a unit. So for example, you have a 5.38 million unit here. You don't have to pay a down payment. You just pay 31,000 a month up to May 2025, for example. And then the 80% you can loan from the bank, and then you can get a term of 10 years, 15 years, even 20 years from the bank. There, okay. So we also have lease-to-own payment terms, and depending on what you prefer, no? Some of these are here. For example, you can just pay 10% over 15 months, and the rest, the 90%, you can finance from the bank, or you can stretch that to 30% over 30 months, and the 70% balance you can finance from the bank as well. Okay, so if you would like to know more about our project, you can visit our website at federalland.ph, and we have several virtual tours there. You just choose the project. Sorry, I'm not being... And you can, it's like I'm sure you've seen all the 360 virtual tours already. So come and visit our website. So you don't even have to go to our model unit. You can enjoy looking at our showroom from the comfort of your, here's an example. From the comfort of your home, and just you can manipulate where you want to see. You'll be able to see every nook and cranny of each of our units. And if you're not ready to buy, but you would also still want to earn money, then you can sign on as our referral partners. So just approach any of our property, of our regional sales managers here at our Federal Land booth, and they can tell you how you can be a referral partner. You just have to introduce the project or introduce your friend to invest in one of our projects, and you can earn as much as 2% referral fee. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I was able to impart a little bit of insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gita, for that very substantive presentation. And of course, visit the booth of Federal Land and learn more about their projects. Ayan. All right, so before we proceed to the next session, let's do another Q&A game.
All right, ready na ba kayong manalo? Diba? Ano ba pwede mong panalunan? Bukod sa mga TFT merch, mga reusable bags ng TFT, merong rice cooker, tama ka dyan, ate. May rice cooker, may plancha, at kung ano-ano pang gamit sa bahay,
May
diba?
gold!
May gold!
Yes,
Oh,
meron
diba?
perfumes, wallets, dinnerware, and of course, meron din tayong ipapamigay bukas. Ang ating grand prize, which is Philippine Airlines round-trip ticket, Dubai, Manila, Dubai.
Yes, that's right. Kaya
Alright.
naman, ano ba ang question mo dyan ngayon?
Okay, so first one again to come on stage at sagutin ang question ang mananalo. Ang hirap na. Okay, so winners can claim their prize sa TFT booth. First question, and this is more
Alright.
about our topic with Gita earlier. Ano ang pangalan ng developer na kasama natin sa presentation? Top 10 reasons to invest in the
Punta po dito.
Philippines.
Ayan, yes,
Alright.
kuya.
Federal Land.
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
Federal
Ikaw ay
Land.
nanalo.
Visit their booth po for more information. Ayan.
Sorry, wait
Okay,
lang.
next question. Ato, A, B, or C na lang to, no? Anong rank natin sa remittance around the world according to the presentation? Oh, go ahead.
Third.
Nakinig. Congratulations!
Alam niya may exam siya.
Oo, parang pinaghandaan. Third question. Third question. What is the proposed transportation in Makati according to the presentation?
Ayan,
For
yes.
ito po, regular po natin.
Subway.
Subway is correct. All right, for the fourth question. Name one location of townships na by Federal Land. Name one of the one location of townships of Federal Land.
Ayan, sige, punta po dito.
Here po, come regular people.
Marco Polo.
Cebu is correct. Okay, and last question.
Palakpakan naman natin ang mga nanalo.
All right,
diba?
now we are live on Facebook, on PPIE website, on YouTube. Tomorrow nandito po tayo again 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And also this is ilang years na po ang Federal Land? Ilang years? Come here.
Ay,
Ilang
sino pa?
years na po ang Federal Land?
Nako.
Ilang years?
Sino pa? Sino po?
Ilang years? No.
I'm so sorry.
Ilang years na po?
Sino po? Sino nahihiya?
50?
50 years.
It is correct.
Yeah.
All right. Ano
Alright,
ba?
congratulations
Okay
po
lang,
sa
okay lang.
ating
Lumapit
winners.
ako eh.
Maraming
50 years.
salamat po. Again, For those who got their stub, pwede nyo pong makuha yung premyo nyo. There's a designated or equivalent prize for those stubs
Yes.
dun sa ating the Filipino Times booth
So
sa labas.
present those stubs at the Filipino Times booth at the registration area for the surprise prize that you can
Bring home with
bring
you.
home. So I'm not sure, kahit ako, baka gold na ito.
Diba? Baka gold na ang panulunan mo.
Yes.
But before that, we are inviting everyone to visit the booth of New Perspective New Perspective Marketing International Incorporated to get to know more about the newest value for money real estate marketplace, ang remata.com.ph, kung saan maaari kayo makabili ng mga foreclosed properties or at yung foreclosed properties na yan that you might be interested in, ay maaari mo pang i-loan sa bangko, di ba? And of course, learn more about the latest mobile app, ang Pisopal, a personal savings and investment app especially made for beginners in investment.
Yes, and we also want to thank our gold sponsor, RLC Residences, our silver sponsors, Greenfield Development Corporation, Ayala Land, Double Dragon, and Federal Land, our participating exhibitors. We have Santa Lucia, Houseland Development Corporation, DMCI, BPI, Remata, and Pisopal.
Our official airline, we have Philippine Airlines, our official media partner, of course, the Filipino Times. And now to continue with our series of discussion, of course, that I will be moderating, Rain.
Yes.
Diba? Sino ba makakasama natin sa ating session ngayon?
Alright, so, parang nawala na yung ano ko. Nawala na yung script ko.
So, ako na ang mag-i-introduce sa aking makakasama sa ating session. So now to give a possible answer to that question, Rain, na sabi mo, ano nga ba ang topic natin? Ang topic natin ay, for those who are first-timer here in PPIE, marami sa inyo nagtatanong, magkano nga ba? How much do I need, diba, to invest or to start investing in properties? So ngayon malalaman nyo na kung magkano sa ating session na yan. Now to give a possible answer to that question, we will be having our next panel discussion that will be moderated by myself. So sino makakasama natin while I...
Joining Vince on stage, let us welcome sales specialist of Double Dragon Properties Corporation, Janice Orinal, Chief Executive Officer of Santa Lucia, Ms. Lizelle Magpok, to discuss the different options for your property investment, bahay, lupa.
Diba, not necessary na may house and lot. Sa'yo, sa inyo, with your property developers, ano yung option that we're looking at when it comes to 500 dirham budget?
Alright. So with the Double Dragon, we also have other mga residential properties such as socialized housing, saan yung pasok yung budget mo. But right now, we are highlighting owning a condotel. So owning a condotel will also give you a recurring income. So income-generating investment siya. So if
we lease back, okay, the units or the condominium, we lease back it from you and then we operate it as a hotel. What's good about a condotel is that even if your particular unit is not rented out or leased out or used as a hotel in the 30 days, you have a prorated income of the property. So basically, it is prorated based on the number of square meters that you purchase. So everybody gets a piece of the income.
Regardless, kung may
Regardless,
tumira dun sa bago.
yes.
Which is very, very good kasi minsan kadalasan, for us here OFW, ang una natin pinoproblema, okay, sige, decided na ako to have my passive income through rentals, but I don't have someone in the Philippines, diba, to assist me when it comes to my property management. And I think this is really a good option for us na malayo dun sa property, diba? May whole concept na hindi ko naisipin paano pag may kailangan i-repair because you handle all those things, right? But aside from that, moving out of the condotel idea, with Santa Lucia, is there any like a 500 dirham budget outside Metro Manila na medyo house and lot? Because diba napag-usapan nga kanina, there are also a lot of people who are looking at house and lot option because of the idea na ayaw na nila na masyadong maliit na space or looking for an option, diba, outside Manila.
With Santa Lucia, we have so many residential developments outside Metro Manila. We are not into the socialized house and lot. That's why we don't have a house and lot at 500 dirhams. But we have a lot at 500 dirhams. One of which is in Tagaytay. We have in Davao also. So there are several provinces where they can choose, invest in a lot first. There are so many Filipinos who, of course, every Filipino's dream is to own a house and lot. That's why when they left the Philippines to work abroad, the very first thing that they wanted to invest on is to own a house and lot. However, there are some restrictions, of course, because of their income. So we make it affordable, and we can still help you achieve that dream of owning a home by starting with a lot.
Sorry, follow-up question lang. You mentioned starting with a lot.
Yes.
Say, for example, nag-decide ako, say, today, I decided, I went to your booth, or, Lizelle, my budget now is only for lot.
Yes.
But may inaabangan akong promotion next year. And I think I might be able to top up with on top of the 500. Pwede bang para mag-upgrade to a house para magta-top up ako with my existing property?
Sorry, with Santa Lucia, if it's a lot, you start with a lot. No, the only top up that you can do is if you want a bigger lot eventually. But what's nice with starting with a lot is it's more affordable. Can you just imagine, if you start with a house and lot first, syempre medyo mas mataas na talaga yung down payments mo, di ba? Because magkano ba ang house and lot ngayon? Since it's not socialized, at least nasa mga 3 million yon. But if it's just a lot, we have lots that is as low as 1 million pesos. And then the down payment is 500 dirhams per month.
Wow.
So once you have fully paid for the lot, you can go to the bank, i-loan mo siya, use the lot, the title as a collateral, and then start building your home.
That's a good advice. And you were talking about, a lot of parang option outside Metro Manila. And of course, si Double Dragon, meron sila kayong mga condotel din outside Manila, di ba? Ano yung mga location that you have right now?
Currently, yung location natin, meron na tayong isang operational, which is Hotel 101 Manila. We also have Hotel 101 Fort, which is already sold out. We're sold out. We also have right now, we have an available inventory in Hotel 101 Davao and Cebu Mactan Airport. So these locations are really good and very conducive for for condotels kasi maraming mga travelers.
But alam naman natin na minsan yung first thing na pumapasok sa utak ng mga ng Filipinos when it comes to provincial places, malapit ba sa beach? Meron bang gano'n? Meron ba tayo mga properties na ina-offer na it could be a bit more touristy, di ba? For you, Lizelle.
If it's condominium or condotel, we have in Cebu, it's Artera, it's in Mactan, it's at the tip of Punta Engaño. And then we also have residential subdivisions that are fronting the sea or with sea views, Yanara in Batangas and South Coast in Batangas. So, in Davao, you know that Davao is a beach place. So wherever it is in Davao City, you're just 10-15 minutes away from the beach.
Wow, that's parang amazing yan, di ba? Meron kang option of vertical and horizontal na touristy. Maricar, sa inyo, meron ba kayong tinatayong mga condo na? Di ba? Parang ang sarap din, di ba, na idea na, okay, sige, meron ako magagamit na few days free because I have a condotel on this tourist destination. Meron ba kayong ganon?
Yes, meron kaming ganyang concept. Like for example, I want to share with Hotel 101 Cebu Mactan Airport. It's just like 15 minutes away from all the other beaches. Same with Davao naman. And what's nice about the concept with Hotel 101 is if you purchase Hotel 101, you're not only limited to using the facilities of the hotel where you bought. So kung bumili ka ng Hotel 101 Cebu, if you want to go to the Philippines, babalik kayo. Gusto nyo mag-travel, gusto nyo pumunta sa Manila, you want to go to Davao. And we also have upcoming Hotel 101 in Boracay, Palawan, Bohol, and wherever it is in the Philippines, and also one in Japan very soon. Your vouchers, you could also use that. So imagine owning one property, but
and
you could
get
also
to use
use
the whole network.
Yes.
That's really nice kasi nga magamit mo naman siya. Since palaki na din ng palaki yung network nyo, no?
True.
That's nakakatuwa na start somewhere, pili ka, tingin mo, okay, sige, eto. Parang, I like that idea na, sige, baka pwede akong pumili na mag-invest ako sa business district kasi baka mas malaki yung profit sharing ko dyan in the end. But at the same time, I get to use it, yung vouchers, to outside Manila. My question now is that, okay, meron pala akong budget, meron pala magkakasyang budget sa akin na 500 dirham, or there are a lot of options for me na mga, tawag dito, tourist destination, di ba, na I get to have that near the beach, enjoy that different type of amenities, then, di ba? Minsan meron din kayo mga ina-offer for para mga subdivision na kung tawagin natin, di ba, you have your parang full amenity development na yan, di ba? But is it, you mentioned a lot of Cebu and Davao when it comes to development. Are there any other key cities that you would say na okay din dyan mag-invest regardless kahit hindi ka tiga dyan, di ba? As for investment. Lizelle, what do you recommend?
Yeah, basically, investment kasi na, this is one common notion of Filipinos that if I am from Cebu, I have to invest in Cebu only. I have been with the real estate industry for 30 years now, and I'd like to say that that thinking should be changed, you know. Investment is where you can afford. Because if you will wait for the time that you will be able to afford a Cebu property because you're from Cebu, that time may not come because every year property increases. Like, if you are, like we have properties in Iloilo, Puerto Princesa, Davao, Iloilo, Baguio, General Santos. We've been selling these properties abroad too because we have offices abroad. And I'm very proud to say that most of the buyers of these cities are not even from these cities. Example, when we sold Artera in Cebu, most of the buyers are not from Cebu. So probably it's just 1% who are from Cebu. But because they can, that's the property that they can afford. So they invested in Cebu.
And also, who wouldn't want to spend a weekend in Cebu, di ba?
I know.
Diba? Tapos hindi ka nagagastos ng bahay. And at the same time, I think sa Philippines, diba, usong-uso din ng Airbnb.
Yes.
Diba? So you can lease out atong mga, or rent per day. Kaya nga, pasok na pasok yung topic natin kanina. Meron ba akong pag-iinvestan sa halagang 500 dirhams? And also, I think something that we need to parang give a heads up dun sa mga gusto mag-invest. We also have to discuss parang in full details dun sa property developer na kausap natin or sa representative na kausap natin on paano yung after down payment. Diba? Is it still 500 dirham? Baka mamaya hindi ko na-afford. So, paano ba, paano yung process ba sa inyo on pag nag-approach ako na sabihin ko, Lizelle, medyo meron akong a little extra lang dito, but I don't think makakapaglabas ako on top of that. O parang, paano nyo ba yung customer journey, kumbaga?
Basically, that's one thing we are very proud of in Santa Lucia. We have very flexible payment terms. So it really depends on the capacity of the clients. They can do an outright payment so that they can have lower down payments and lower monthly amortizations. Or if they don't have for the outright amount, they can just do the down payment for several years. And what we also do is if most of our subdivision lots, we offer in-house financing. And our in-house financing is very reasonable, and they can pay it up to 10 years. In fact, there are some developments of ours that even for the first 2 years, we waive the interest.
Wow.
So we really make sure that it is very affordable for the Filipinos because we are partners of the Filipinos in making their dreams come true of owning or building their own.
Nakakatawa naman yan. And of course, for Double Dragon, you mentioned that you have other developments, but you're really pushing for the condotel concept, which is, again, it is something na very, very convenient nga, di ba? So ano bang advice mo, Maricar? What are the properties na pwede nilang pag-investan now na available with Double Dragon?
All right. So we have available mga properties such as ones in Iloilo. We also have DD Happy Homes in Leyte. But if gusto nyo naman ng residential property in the Metro Manila, we also have Sky Suites. And if you have children who are looking into going into schools, we also have WH Taft, which is very close to the schools as well. So with Condotel naman, I also wanted to share that there are so many ways to help you pay for the bank loan, like your question earlier. So of course, medyo mabigat when it comes to investing a Condotel because it is an income-generating investment. But what's nice about it is, by the time you are already paying for the bank loan, yung income na natatanggap nyo from the occupancy rate sa hotel, it can help you pay your monthly amortization sa bank. So basically, this is business. You're only paying the down payment, but once the hotel is already operational, that will help you pay for the bank loan without spending any money from your pocket.
That's a good advice. I think you really have to calculate all incomes, diba? And plus minus ka, probably you're not really good at math, but it's an easy computation, and definitely yung property consultant ng inyong property developer will also be able to help you out kung paano nyo mafa-finance. And a lot of them are not stuck with just one bank partner. Bibigyan kayo ng option, and sinabi nga ni Lizelle, even Santa Lucia have their own in-house, diba, financing. So I don't think meron pa tayong excuse dito for not to invest, diba? Especially those who are watching us right now on Facebook. Again, we're still here. You may visit the booths of our exhibitors. We have Double Dragon here. We have Santa Lucia here. We're going to be here until tomorrow. That's 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And you'll get to have the chance to win even an airline ticket. Dubai, Manila, Dubai. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Pumunta na. Any last message for those who would like to invest na feeling nila tight ang budget? Lizelle.
In Santa Lucia, we can offer you almost 300 choices of properties depending on your budget. We can explain to you every property, every type of property, and we can help you decide which property is good for you. In Santa Lucia, we make sure that we want you to finish your real estate purchase. We want you to make sure na may pinuntahan yung pinagtrabahuhan mo, no? I've seen several Filipinos all over the world. Lahat ng ibinabayad nila dyan, pinaghirapan nila yan. And that's why we want to make sure that our terms for all these properties are very affordable. Please invest on things, on assets that earn. Okay? It's a good investment when it earns. Example, a typical subdivision lot of Santa Lucia, over the years, every year at least 10% interest or escalation on the investment. If you are making 10% at least in 5 years, that's 50% of your investment already returned to you. We have a client here in Dubai. I just wanted to share this, okay? We have a client in Dubai who bought from Santa Lucia a residential subdivision in San Jose del Monte. When we started here in Dubai, that was 2012. He bought the property in San Jose del Monte for 8,000 pesos only. Today, he always comes back to the office asking for pre-selling projects because the property that he bought now is 25,000 pesos. Wow. There is also a client 2 years ago who kept on coming to the office. When the pandemic happened, he came back to the office and asked, magkano na yung property? When we told him how much the property is already, he was shocked because he was thinking that because of the pandemic, the property prices will go down. That's one thing that we should be very proud of. The properties in the Philippines does not go down. If yung mga foreigners are buying in the Philippines, what more tayo na tayo yung Pilipino? So I think it is bright that we invest in our own country, we invest in the Philippines, and we will make sure that Santa Lucia has something for you that you can afford. And then I hope you can visit our booth. And then if one thing about Santa Lucia is that we have an office at the Reef Mall. We've been here for 10 years. So we will make sure that any concerns that you have, we will help you all throughout.
Yes, kung nakilala niyo si Miguel, na parating nandun sa Reef Mall, diba? Every time na dadaan din ako dyan sa Reef Mall, I saw Miguel and I immediately remind myself, kailan ako mag-invest sa property. Diba? So, again, naman, kay Maricar, what's your parang last message? Ay, sorry. Sorry. Last message for viewers natin na looking for an investment na kikita at talagang eventually something that will help them out sa kanilang pagbayad din nung remaining value or mortgage ng property.
All right. I agree with everything Lizelle said. Property in the Philippines never go down. And I also want to reiterate what the previous speakers said from our previous sessions, na know your purpose. Ano ba ang purpose of purchasing? Is it something na you want to live? Or is it something na gusto mong kumita buwan-buwan? Or para ma-assess mo before purchasing, make an informed decision before you purchase any property. So I suggest everyone who are here listening, please drop by all the booths in here, not only with Double Dragon, the rest of the booth. And we have a lot of property specialists from Double Dragon who flew here just to be able to share our projects to each and everyone. And don't be afraid to ask questions because we will be happy to assist you, answer you, and to help you find a way to be able to purchase the property that you want.
Ayan, maraming salamat again sa aming panelists for this afternoon. Again, if you're looking for investment sa halagang 500 dirhams, sabi nga nila, just visit any booth here in PPIE. You scout, magtanong, wag mahiyang magtanong kasi doon lang kayo makakakuha ng informed, 'di ba, investment para maisip nyo ano ba talaga yung perfect for my investment appetite. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vince.
Ka-TFT, mahilig ka bang magkape?
Okay,
Alam mo kapag
thank you
inipon
very
mo ang
much
gastos
to
mo sa
Janet.
bawat cup ng kape sa loob ng isang buwan, pwede ka na makabili ng property? Hindi ako nagbibiro, natutunan ko yan sa PPIE. Sabi nila, for as low as 700 to 1,000 dirhams, pwede ka na makabili ng iyong dream property sa Pilipinas. Okay lang naman magkape paminsan-minsan kasi nga naman, deserve. Pero ang konting pagtitiis, kapalit naman ay pagtupad sa pangarap mong matamis. Mas masarap nga namang magkape sa bahay na matatawag mong iyo. Kaya naman, magkita-kita tayo sa Philippine Property and Investments Exhibition na gaganapin sa November 5 and 6 sa Crowne Plaza, Dubai. Mag-register na sa www.ppie.ae. See you there!
The panelist. Okay, anong investment ang mararating ng 500 dirhams mo as discussed by the panelist? Ano po ang isa sa mga investments? Anyone? Yes.
Condotel.
Condotel, correct. Okay, so, congratulations po. All right, so I just want to ask a personal question, from our audience. Magbigay ng isang bagay o mga bagay na kaya mo i-give up para mabuo ang savings na 500. Para ito ay maging startup mo para sa inyong investment. Maging ito ay condotel, condo, bahay, lupa, bahay at lupa. Anong kaya nyo po? Anyone? Ano pong kaya nyo pong i-give up sa halagang 500?
New iPhone.
Sa halagang 500, new iPhone. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. I think more than 500. Ayan. Okay. So let's not keep everyone waiting. Yan. 2 questions lang tayo ngayon. But later on, I'll be asking more questions. All right. So before anything else, we're inviting everyone to visit the booth of New Perspective Marketing International to get to know more about the newest value for money real estate marketplace, remata.com.ph, and learn about the latest mobile app, Piso Pal, a personal savings and investment app specifically made for beginners in investment. Ayan. And from the Philippines Trade and Investment Center, Ms. Charmaine Mignon Yalong. And of course, joining her on stage is my co-host, Vince Ang. Ayun, dito na lang po. Ay, pwede naman po from there. Yes. You will be sitting na lang po doon para kita mo siya. Hi, Vince.
Ayan. Sham, okay, quick lang, before we present, I just wanna, like, sige, hindi makita.
Switch kayo. Ayan.
Alright. Sorry. Switch. Ayan. So, I wanna understand first, Sham, is it possible for OFW or is there any project sa DTI or other DTI that helps OFW to start their own business?
Well, at least for DTI, syempre dito while we are here in Dubai, we can only give advisory support for budding entrepreneurs. Pero when they go back to the Philippines or yung mga kamag-anak nila, kung gusto nilang habilin yung business nila to relatives, to friends, and then of course they can avail of the DTI services back in the Philippines.
Okay, sige. You have a short presentation ba for us?
Yes, yeah.
Sige. So, what we'll do now, kasi maraming mga nagtatanong sa amin dito, like there are, ano daw ba yung mga steps and all that. So, I guess, let's do the presentation first, tapos we do a quick one-on-one question para masagot natin yung mga questions from the viewers. And we'll monitor din our online kasi may mga nagko-comment din online that probably be interested. Again, for those of you who are watching right now, and of course, for anyone here in the session, anyone who would be interested to start their own business, Sham here, our commercial attaché, will be helping out, parang have the knowledge on paano nga ba nakakatulong or mga programs of the government that will help us out to start our own business.
Okay,
All right, Sham, I'll give the
you.
floor to you.
Thank you, Vince. Okay, hi, good evening, everyone. So, just to summarize the many programs of DTI and the government in general, we have summarized all the support into 7 M's. So, ano yung mga 7 M para sa suporta para sa mga gustong magnegosyo. So, first, this is all part of our program, which is Trabaho, Negosyo, Kabuhayan. Of course, in general, that's how we summarize the mandate of DTI. Gusto lang naman namin magbigay ng trabaho, tumulong sa negosyo, at of course, mag-improve ang kabuhayan. Okay. Sorry. Sako ba? So what is TNK? So we always say this is a convergence among government, private sector, academia, civil society organizations where we resolve to work in partnership to increase incomes by generating more jobs by promoting entrepreneurship. So we believe in DTI na the way for the Philippines to increase jobs and to have more income is really to promote entrepreneurship. Of course, as you know, sa Philippines, 99% of our businesses are MSMEs. So we really have to support our micro, small, and medium enterprises. So what guides us? Syempre, ang sustainability goals ng UN, goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. And of course, back home in the Philippines, what really also guides us, parang ito yung sa UAE Vision 2030 or sa Saudi Vision 2040. We also have our own ambition 2040. So that's the vision of the Philippines for the Filipinos. By 2040, of course, we want a prosperous middle-class society where no one is poor and our people will enjoy long and healthy lives. So when we are doing this presentation, we are always focusing on And of course, syempre sana wala ng poverty. We have our daily budget for all our needs, no traffic. Pero what's most important, and we always say this, especially dito sa Middle East, 70% of those Filipinos who were surveyed, they want to go back home. And I'm sure lahat ng mga kababayan natin dito, or karamihan, would eventually want to go back home. So 70% said that. And of course, we want to have a good career in the future. But 40% because we know it's important. So, of course, we try to promote ease of doing business through our Go Negosyo centers in the Philippines. So, yung Go Negosyo, they provide registration assistance, they provide information, they provide advisory services, and of course, monitoring and evaluation. Sa Philippines, we have more than 1,000 Go Negosyo centers. Halos lahat na po ng municipality sa Pilipinas, meron ng DTI center para pwede puntahan. Dito po sa Dubai, since nandito kayo, ako na po yung Go Negosyo Center. So pag may kailangan kayong support sa DTI, then we are the representatives to approach. But back home, if you want to uwi kayo, tapos gusto nyo doon magtanong, meron din po tayo OFW lanes. Or actually, we call it OFE lanes. So Overseas Filipino Entrepreneur. So hindi lang po yan pang OFW, pero para rin po sa mga, sa pamilya ninyo. Next, sorry. So, eto lang po, paalala ko lang sa lahat na gustong magnegosyo, lalo sa Philippines. Madalas kasi we start small, we start from our household, we start sa bahay, usually food, yan yung mga number one, sometimes sari-sari store. I always remind everyone, we highly recommend that you register your business with DTI or with SEC. The good news is, if you are a small business, if you are a micro business with a total of not more than 3 million total assets, so ibig sabihin kasama na po yung physical setup, lahat po ng mga materials nyo, pati yung mga tao. Total assets is not more than 3 million. Pag nag-register po kayo, free of charge naman for TESDA. Next po. Okay, next is, of course, we also provide mentoring. So now that you know the basics, the next step for understanding how to do business is operation, which is under DTI, is really for micro-entrepreneurs. Pero marami naman pong iba, and we're happy to also assist you. So halimbawa po, kung ang business nyo ay agribusiness or related sa agriculture, meron pong ACPC, Agriculture Credit Policy. So, from Department of Agriculture, meron din po ang Land Bank, meron din ng Development Bank of the Philippines. So, marami pong government agencies that provide funding for aspiring entrepreneurs. So, ang maganda lang po dito sa P3, like I said, pang micro siya para sa nagsisimula, very minimum ang interest, so it's a maximum of 2.5%. And then, magaan po yung pagbabayad kasi it can be every day, it can be daily or weekly. And then finally, good news, walang needed na collateral. So, pag dito kayo sa DTI, hindi po kami nagre-require ng collateral. Okay, next please. And then, of course, next support is machines. We understand that there are businesses na you all have the know-hows, but sometimes the equipment you need is very expensive. So for that, we have shared facilities on DTI. So usually we entrust that to people, organizations, and then they take care of the operations, but it's all for free. Next po. Of course, we help you promote your products. So kapag ready na kayo, training-wise, ready na kayo product-wise, the next support is, of course, help you promote and market your products. So it's both markets, domestic and local. So domestic, we have the Go Local program. I'm sure siguro nakikita nyo po yan sa mga mall sa Philippines. We have, ang purpose po niyan, DTI partners with the mall. So yung mga MSMEs that showcase their products under Go Local, they don't have to pay listing fees. So it's free. Thus, of course, we have IFEX and Manila Fame to promote food and furniture exports. Next, please. We also have our Philippine participation. So DTI also leads Philippine participation to this global show. I'm sure familiar po sa inyo yung Gulf Food. So every year we are at Gulf Food. DTI organizes that for exporters from the Philippines, food exporters. Okay, next please. And then finally, we also give you different business leads. So in the DTI website, actually, you can have access to sample business plans. We always say, no, very important talaga yung business plan sa pagnenegosyo because that guides you. But at the same time, kailangan po talaga siya, especially kapag magkukuha po kayo ng mga loans, either sa government institutions or sa private institutions, like sa mga banks. So medyo requirement siya. So if you need assistance for that, at least you have your model business plans in the DTI website. And then with that, that ends my presentation. Next, please. If you have questions, you can always contact us through this contact details and our offices in Business Bay. Oh, thank you.
Alright, Sham, I have few questions lang. Ayan. Alright, kasi medyo... So medyo hot topic kasi ito sa the Filipino Times because parang a lot of people are thinking of paano ba ako mag-invest? Kasi nga, di ba, hindi, ang parang number one reason on bakit hindi makauwi kasi baka hindi kayang supportahan yung lifestyle, di ba? So they wanna start business. First question is that, can I apply loan habang nandito ako? Possible ba yun?
Syempre naman, kasi yung mga loans naman natin is really for, Filipino nationals wherever they are. May mga loans na kailangan mong i-avail specific for returning OFWs. So yun, obviously, kailangan nag-for good ka na. Pero there are other loan facilities na you don't have to be based in the Philippines. Pero what's key is that the business has to be in the Philippines. So yun yung key. So for example, like I mentioned kanina, pwedeng ikaw yung buy in name, ikaw yung may-ari, ikaw din yung maglo-loan, but ihabilin mo yung business mo, to partners or to relatives.
But what if your business is outside but you're importing in the Philippines? Parang from the Philippines yung import. Is that something na papasa sa criteria?
Unfortunately, hindi. Because if you are registered, for example, as an OFW and you're in a way, you're an importer here, di ba? So you, at the end of the day, you are a UAE importer. So hindi siya papasa kasi you have to be registered in the Philippines.
In the Philippines.
Yes. Either DTI or SEC.
SEC. Question, because maraming ang, di ba, kasi sa UAE, sanay tayo ng walang tax na binabayaran. Meron bang para mga free zone business that can have like more exemption sa taxes? Or and if yes, ano yung parang qualification ng business or parang sector na tinitingnan?
Okay, for that, of course, meron tayong tinatawag natin na free zones. Yun yung kaibahan lang sa definition ng free zone dito kasi dito sa Dubai, parang it's more ownership, di ba? If it's 100% foreign or may local partner. Sa Philippines, when you say free zone, that's where the incentives are usually applied. So when we say incentives, dun kasama yung 4 to 7 years na holiday tax, hindi mo kailangan magbayad ng VAT and duty-free when you bring in equipment, for example, from Dubai. Pero kailangan located ka dun sa free zone or if you are outside free zone, dapat registered ka sa Board of Investments. Ngayon, meron tayong tinatawag na Strategic Investments Priorities Plan. Nakalista doon lahat ng sector na kapag nandun yung negosyo mo, then you can apply for the incentive. So, mga halimbawa na I think will be very relevant to OFWs, anything that's related to COVID. So, kung gusto mong magdala ng face mask, gloves, anything that's related to COVID, you can avail for the incentives. Agribusiness, tourism. So actually, it's a vast area of sectors, no? Ang ano lang nito, of course, may mga criteria in order for you to avail. So may minimum amount of investment, yung mga ganyan. So
and of course, parang you have to prepare a business case. Parang ganun, di ba?
Yes.
Tapos, kailangan, pwede bang like completely business idea pa lang siya for us to loan? Or kailangan medyo may lisensya na or nag-start na at least yung business, then you apply for loan?
For the loan, pwedeng idea pa lang siya. Kasi kaya ka nga nag-apply ng loan in order for you to start the business. So, pero kailangan, that's why the importance of the business plan and that's why our support, medyo actually half of the 7 M's is related talaga to how to create a business. So, at the end of the day, kasi it's very important, the business plan, yun yung basis ng government and most financial institutions to check the viability of the business. If it's something that will flourish, at the end of the day, to evaluate through the business plan.
Alright. And of course, marami sa mga gusto mag-avail are first time parang entrepreneurs, 'di ba? Or nag-explore pa lang to venture and become an entrepreneur. Meron bang at least a minimum limit na parang dapat yung business mo at least this size or this value para you can avail of a loan from DTI?
Actually, wala naman. Wala siyang limit kasi nasa sa inyo. Syempre, meron kaming cap. Nasa DTI, ito lang hanggang dito lang yung amount namin. Pag mag-a-apply ka sa OWA, ito lang yung amount nila. Sa Department of Agriculture, ito lang yung amount nila. So, it's more of a ceiling. The minimum, wala naman actually. Basta maganda naman yung pagnenegosyo. And you mentioned, Vince, no, about sa mga first-timers. Thus, kaya ko napansin nyo po yung suporta ng DTI, may mga trainings parate. So, like we said, kunwari pa nag-avail kayo sa amin, tsaka yung Heroes Program, tsaka yung CARES Program for returning OFW, part ng requirements in order to avail the loan is to undergo training under PTTC. So, that's one way to assure na kahit first-timer ka, kahit wala ka masyadong experience, tutulungan ka naman ng DTI. DTI will train you. So, okay lang kahit first-timers.
And again, if they have question or they are interested to know more about this, they can visit your office or your hotline na lang.
Yes, they can visit our office or send us an email at dubai@dti.gov.ph. So then we can also send, not just kahit hindi advisory, minsan nagsisimula pa lang mag-isip and they need statistics or data, then we can also provide that through email.
So that you can also support yung business plan na
Exactly.
gagawin nila.
Exactly.
So parang in theory pa lang, feasibility pa lang, DTI can support, and then you can also, I think that's a good, diba? Good that you mentioned that. Because if you parang ask or seek advice from DTI, simula pa lang, then the higher probability that your loan could be approved kasi medyo nakita na, nahanap na yung mali, where we could improve on, diba? And also maybe with your network as well, they can look for suppliers, diba? You can also connect them to the network, diba?
And one of the things that we do when we do advisory or when people consult us, of course, we tell them, sometimes kasi the idea is so out of this world. Na, of course, sometimes you have to say, oh, nako, baka hindi ready yung market for that. Or baka you want to go into this instead kasi this is in demand. So those are the kind of information that we can provide, especially tayo mga OFW, honestly, no? Kahit we are in touch with our families, hindi tayo masyadong aware, honestly, what's happening back home, especially when we don't go home quite frequently. So at least that's something that we can also provide, those kind of information.
Ayan. Again, sabi nga ni Cham, DTI office is welcome para i-accommodate yung mga questions niya. Again, for those of you who's watching us on Facebook, you may visit their office. They can also send a message to like any of your social media account or email as well. Mariredirect naman yan, and as soon as that they receive your question, they'll be able to respond quickly as possible, and they'll assist you with any concern or any comment or any assistance that is in relation with ang ating topic ngayon na ano nga ba yung mga assistance na binibigay ng government ng DTI for OFWs who wants to start a business. And yun nga lang ang paalala lang ni Cham, the business should be based in the Philippines, right? Again, thank you, Cham.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Cham, for making time tonight.
Okay, thank you so much, CA Cham of DTI Middle East. So I hope, guys, you have taken down notes on how to avail the government projects that are available for us should we decide to return to the Philippines and start investing in a business as well. So yan, guys, we are also inviting you to visit Double Dragon booth and register your details to get a chance to get a 2-night stay gift voucher in any participating Hotel 101 group, which we will announce live and will be posted in their social media pages. All right, so before we proceed to the next session, we would like to thank our sponsors. Of course, we have our gold sponsor, RLC Residences, our silver sponsors, Greenfield Development Corporation, Ayala Land, Double Dragon Corporation, Federal Land, our participating exhibitors, Santa Lucia Land, House Land Development Corporation, DMCI, BPI, Remata, and of course, Pisopal. Our official airline partner, Philippine Airlines, and of course, our official media partner, the Filipino Times. And of course, we also like to thank our sponsor, food sponsor, Teriyaki Boy, Agemon Express, Paluto Restaurant, Wendeli, our social media influencers, Abdul Bandon of MPD Pinoy Newsfeed, Dan Lester Dabon of Racing Danaya, M. Serrano of M. Serrano Vlog, J. Tolentino of J. Adrian Tolentino, and Miko Banwa of Miko Banwa. Our community. All right.
Our community partners, we have Barista Community Middle East, Bayanihan Abu Dhabi Council, Emirates Culinary Guild. We have the Filipino Nurses Association in the Emirates. We have Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines UAE chapter. We have Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines UAE chapter. We have Masa Bartenders Association, Philippine Business Council Abu Dhabi. We have Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants Dubai, Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, Society of Human Resource Professionals and Associates, United Architects of the Philippines Abu Dhabi chapter.
And of course, our participating schools, which, by the way, guys, have you voted your best picks for the poster making competition and the miniature houses that you can find outside the main exhibition hall. And this is by the participating schools, Al Alfia Filipino Private School, Far Eastern Private School, New Filipino Private School, and of course, the Philippine Global School. And we've been hearing the words in savings and investment a lot today. And to give us a deeper understanding on how they differ and which matters more, let's call in our panelists for an educational talk with the title, The Crown Goes to Savings versus Investment. Huwag sayangin ang pinagtrabahuan, maging wise sa perang pinaghirapan. All right. So let's call in our panelist, owner and founder of Midnight Sun M&S Corporation, Agnes Marilid, and the marketing strategist of Motor Mazad, Honey Rivera. And of course, to be moderated by my co-host, Vince Ang.
Hi! Diba? Sure, sure. You can sit beside me. Ayan, okay lang. Alright. Long time no see for both of you. Alright, well, congratulations on the new venture. Diba? I saw your pictures. You've been flying in and out sa visits sa Philippines. And of course, I know that your son moved in the Philippines as well. So, I'm not surprised but happy that you have your new venture. Siguro before we start, Aggie, can you give us an overview? Ano na bang pinagkakaabalahan on the investment?
Yes, so nagbunga na. Yun ang bago kong headline ngayon. So the investments that we had, we started in 2012. We are now renting out those properties that we bought. So I'm here today as a living testament na investments in real estate really work.
Alright, nakakatawa because fun fact for everyone, before we used to interview Aggie on dun sa mga properties na pinag-investan nyo. Ngayon naman, it's a different. Paano na kumikita yung mga investment na yun. And we have here as well, Honey. And medyo similar yung ginagalawan na business in the Philippines. But something si Honey naman, yung hindi lang kanyang investment, but also yung mga investment ng mga friends. Matama ba? How does the business work? Yes.
Hello? Okay, yes. So I started with the staycation business. So when I invest a property and then they see that it's going well, so my friends and the clients from Australia, Hong Kong, so they came to me and they want to manage their property. Yeah.
Ayun. So nakakatawa, if you're gonna look at this, both property pinapaupahan or kumikita na, it's a really good justification, di ba? Ito na yung living proof nga na sinasabi mo. But Aggie, where do we start ba? Parang, baka iniisip ng iba, masyado pa akong malayo for that, na parang, hindi ko pa nga alam paano ako mag-invest or paano ba ako, may investment ako ngayon, may bahay ako, paano ba ginagawa yung investment versus saving, paano ako mag-iipon para meron akong mag-invest, and eventually, I can be someone like both of you, di ba? Can you give us a tip, Aggie?
Well, first of all, you have to differentiate savings versus investment. You know, Nung maliliit pa tayo, di ba, meron tayong piggy bank, di ba, o alkansya. So we're always encouraged to save for better days para kung kailangan mo, meron kang pera. But right now, when you say savings, we always think it's savings in the bank. And then when we say investment, it's always buying something. And you expect that something to grow or to multiply or to give you income. Like her investment, di ba? Ngayon, staycation, it's earning, di ba? So your question is like, how do you start? How do you think about it? Actually, you start from the early age, right? Of thinking of savings. And by the way, you can also save for investments. Diba? So, there is no really big difference with that. Kasi yung perang nilaan mo, pwede mo rin din gamitin yon for investments later. Like what we did, shout out lang sa Ayala Land who are here, Manny and the team. My first investment in real estate in the Philippines was to Serendra through Ayala Land, and it was a unit at Sequoia. I bought it in 2012. Nanginginig pa ako. Hindi ko alam anong mangyari sa investments. It's our very first real estate investment. And then, luckily in 2018, after the turnover, actually our broker is here. Shout out to Myra Miranda. She was able to help me find a tenant. And that was when I realized, totoo pala, hindi ito pangarap, di ba? We were able to rent out our 3-bedroom unit to Serendra right away.
Wow, that's something, parang very, very interesting. Kasi iba iniisip, kukuha ko ng studio kasi yun yung mabilis pa upahan. Kukuha ko ng 1-bedroom, baka yun ang okay pa upahan. But look at that, di ba? 3-bedroom, kahit anong size pa yan, I think it's really trying to understand ano yung demand of the market. If your developer, yung development na pag-iinvestan mo is something that is good when it comes to location, amenities, diba? I think you have to create that personal relationship as well with your advisor, someone that you can trust and give you like a more customized advice dun sa requirement na kailangan mo. Honey, paano ka nag-start with the idea ng pa-staycation?
Well, when I was young, I really want to have my own hotel. So I saw this property in 2013 and I was hesitant to invest because I was thinking, oh, this is not the right time. I need to keep saving so I can, buy a property. But then in 2017, I realized it was a mistake because the valuation of the property is always increasing every year. So if I bought the property in 2013,
I think yung mortgage mo sa bangko, di ba?
Yes. And then, that was the...
On your business, parang do you offer or do you extend that service ba to other developers, so property owner katulad ng ginagawa niyo, or you just handling your own development?
For my investment portfolio, I started with premium properties with Ayala Land. And during the pandemic, I had this rare opportunity to meet people from SMDC whom I've probably trusted my life, and they're here. Yel, Racero, we're here, and husband and wife are here, okay? So, Joey, I go like, ayoko niyan, ayoko yung air residences na yan. Pinipilit niya talaga, no, ma'am, maganda to. This is a prime location. The good thing with brokers is that you should have this relationship with them that they can tell you what's good. Kasi andito tayo sa Middle East, wala ako doon. I don't see how this is coming through. With this situation, katulad din ng Airbnb mo, we didn't have to wait for 6 years. Ready for occupancy na yung unit. And within 6 months since I bought it, napa-Airbnb ko na siya. So, I'm not advising you all that everything is get rich quick, no? But it's also true. You can. If you're liquid during pandemic and you're able to buy RFO's units, in 6 months, kumita na ako. So again, shout out to my SMDC people here,
Joey and Yel, who came all the way from Manila, by the way.
Well, okay, sige. So, very, very clear that saving is not enough. But also, it is good to save if you're planning to invest your saving, right? So, my question now is that, ano ang parang number one tip? Kasi ang pinakamahirap nga is to start eh. How do I start saving? Diba? What's your tip on start parang saving or creating that habit or culture within you of I need to save now because I want a better future and I'm planning to invest whatever I save as to whatever dream investment you have.
I'm sorry, I'm not really a saving person because there is no right time for investing, and you cannot say, okay, I'll save more and then invest. No, it will not be, because the money that you're keeping, there are times that something happens, you never know, and then you have to spend that money. But if you invest now, you are forced to, be responsible. Yeah, be responsible, and then because you have a monthly mortgage that you need to pay. So for me, I think there's no right time. You cannot tell that, okay, I need to save, and then after I'm saving, after I have enough money, then I will invest.
Ikaw, Agi, do you share the same sentiment?
I agree with her on some points that not all of us are gifted to be great savers. In fact, somebody told me I like to burn money in my wallet. Parang galit ako sa pera. Like, parang sinusunog ko siya pag nakikita ko siya. But my situation is probably different from hers because I lived for a while in Sweden and I'm married to a very frugal Swede. Talagang tinuruan niya ako na don't buy something you don't need. Just because you want it doesn't mean you have to have it. So because of this training, parang na-institutionalize ako sa Sweden na you don't have to have the most expensive things in the world. And because of that, and I tell you this, everybody, hindi lahat ng bagay na gusto mo, kailangan mong bilhin. Okay? Because there could be other things that could help you have a better life in the future. For example, yung binili namin sa Ayala, yung first unit namin, pinaghirapan ko yan sa Sweden. Marami akong give up na Louis Vuitton bags na yan. Marami akong give up na trips around the world dyan, right? Just to be able to pay a down payment for that. And look what it got us, It got us passive income. It got us more income. It made me afford or be able to buy the things I want. Kaso lang when the money came, bumili pa ako ng more units. Instead of more Louis Vuitton bags, bumili pa ako more sa Century Properties, right? Who are also here. So my portfolio is so diversified. I have premium units at Ayala. I have studio units at SMDC. I have units at Aqua. I have commercial. But maybe I don't have the bag collection that everybody has. But who cares, Real estate appreciate than expensive expenditures.
You have them now.
Diba? Afford na.
Show me your bags.
Diba? No, nakakatawa naman yan nga kasi. Because I think there's a challenge nga, diba? Parang, sad to say, mabilis, as human, diba? Innate sa atin na I think, yung, pwede ka namang mainggit. Pero you have to be mindful that can you actually afford those things, 'di ba? And also make better choices nga, 'di ba? Pwede naman konting higpit lang ng sinturon for now. You're not making kawawa naman of yourself, 'di ba? Hindi mo naman parang inaapi yung sarili mo or parang deprive yung sarili mo of things that you actually deserve as well, 'di ba? You work on your daily needs, and then you save up something para in the future you'll have way better life than ina-expect mo because yung investment nga na pinundar mo. Kasi nga the savings as you know, maaaring yung 20,000 mo ngayon na iniipit-ipit dyan sa notebook mo or inilagay mo sa bangko mo will not buy you the same thing anymore nung una mong tinabi yung pera mo kasi nga with all the inflation and all that. But if you actually save, sabi mo nga, yung property value na in-invest nyo before, could be 20%, 30% more expensive na, di ba? And you also have parang option. Tama ba ako, Agi? Have you tried parang, di ba, yung iba ang ginagawa, instead of ipaupa, nire-resell naman. Di ba? Parang what's your parang take on that?
Our family decision is that what we buy, we will never sell. Because we bought them at very good values. Pinag-isipan namin yan. We had discussions with brokers. We did research. So all of these things that we bought them at a good value. Never buy them at the highest value because ikaw yung talo. We bought a lot of pre-selling. We bought a lot of RFOs. Remember this in business. Diversification is the only free lunch you can get. You know that. There's no such thing as free lunch. But diversification is the only free lunch you can get in business. Why? Meron kami mga RFOs na binili last year, kumikita na ngayon. Meron kaming biniling pre-selling 6 years ago, kumikita na ngayon. So, I think that's our principle within our company. However, if there is a crazy offer, I will sell it.
Why not, diba? Why not din naman? I mean, yun nga, wag mong isara yung options mo on where you would actually earn better. Diba? Maari naman kasing baka ay naduduplicate yung sabi mo nga, diversification. Ay, parang masyadong madami na ako dito sa itong vertical of my business, diba? Baka pwede kong i-liquidate yung iba para I can diversify. Diba?
Pwede rin, para you can buy more.
Correct.
So you sell, kumita na tong unit na to, then you sell it and then you buy other units. Para masaya yung mga brokers.
Diba? Diba? I think kanya-kanya yan. But nakakatawa, then honey, sa'yo, yung mindset mo naman nung una, when you thought of buying a property, gusto mo na kagad siya as a passive income, di ba? Anong tips mo on looking at parang a property na, or ano yung dapat kong hanapin sa isang property para alam kong madali siyang paupahan? Or appealing siya for those na either Airbnb or long lease, di ba? Ano yung dapat hanapin?
For me, the first thing that I look for is the location, the amenities, and as well as, because, the people that who's gonna stay there, they want to, live the life that, for the same location that they wanted to, live. But for me, in that time when I was looking for, the location, it was like, for example, first you need to look for who is your target audience. So if there is someone who's gonna live family or a couple, or is it for business? So for me, I was looking for a family holiday homes. So what they are looking for, they want something to swim, to play around. So when I look at Azure, and they have this man-made beach, and in that amenities, they have a very nice play area for the kids. So that was I was looking for, and it's also good for someone for a business trip as well, because it's near to Paranaque. I mean, in Naiya Airport. Yes, it's near to Naiya Airport. So someone. So that's what you have to looking for. If who's gonna stay in your unit? Is it a family? Is it a business trip? Or So
It's a good tip, no? Na minsan kasi pag, diba, aminado tayo dyan, minsan nag-iisip tayo ng business. Ang naiisip pala natin customer, yung sarili natin. Kung ano lang yung gusto mo. Pero hindi mo naiisip, yung gusto nung tina-target mo talagang customer. It's a good tip na parang ang inisip niya, this is what I want. This is the brand that I want, or customer profile na gusto kong tumira or mangupahan sa akin. Naganap siya ng mag-aangkop doon sa target market na yon. And of course, si Aggie naaral niya na lahat yung mga diversification na yan at ang different markets na tinitignan.
No, that's not true, because I actually started buying real estate for my own. Yung iniisip ko na lilipatan naming pamilya if ever we move. And from that, it snowballed into buying other kinds, nag-diversify na from premier units to studio units. So, by accident lang talaga ako naging into real estate big time. It all starts with your own need in the beginning, and then yun na, it rolls to something wonderful like this.
So, advice. All right, last advice. Aggie, what's your advice to OFWs na still nag-iisip or nagpapatumpik-tumpik pa to actually decide on investing on something?
Okay lang itagalog ko, okay lang. So, yung sa mga, we don't call them OFWs anymore. We call them global Filipino expats. And that's the highest respect you can give to hardworking Filipinos working outside the Philippines, okay? Yung perang pinaghirapan nyo, sana naman pag uwi nyo, hindi kayo nakatunganga, na wala kayong bahay na matirhan, makikitira kayo sa ibang bahay. You know, what you worked hard here for must be also for yourself, na pag uwi nyo, meron kayong bahay. So if you start investing now, it could be for yourself, or later on, pwedeng passive income. So I hope for all the global Filipino expats, think of yourself, hindi lang yung mga pinapadalhan yung pera sa atin, but also for yourself that you will be taken care of pag uuwi kayo, balik sa Pilipinas.
Napakagandang message. Siguro, I think this is where you draw the line on when you say no. Diba? On parang choosing yourself above everyone. Kasi nga, diba, I always think of this, lahat naman tayo, nagpunta tayo dito, sumakay tayo ng eroplano, diba? At sa safety demonstration, tinuturo, you have to take care of yourself first so that you can actually take care of others. Diba? You have to save yourself first. You save for yourself so that when you are parang well enough, you can actually help others even more. Right? Any additional?
Well, this is also personal experience, you know. Don't look at me like some rich millionaire who was born with a silver spoon. My father was an OFW. Pag uwi niya, napauwi siya na maaga because he had an accident when he was working in Qatar. So he had an eye disability and he had to come home at the age of 50, early retirement. Pag uwi ng daddy, wala kaming bahay. There was nothing. Everything that he sent back home was spent everything sa Pilipinas. So if I were you, matuto tayo sa mga dating naranasan ng mga OFWs before. So learn from it and learn from me. Personally, I went through this. Okay, marami na ako ngayong properties. And I hope I can also be an inspiration to all of you to save money. There's nothing wrong with savings, but make sure you invest for yourself as well.
Correct, diba? Hindi mo naman kailangan ma-experience personally para matuto ka. Minsan, you just have to look at the experience of others para mag-grasp mo the good ones, diba? The lessons that would actually be of value for you. And then eventually, you'll make a right decision. Honey, last message for our viewers and about investments.
There are times na hindi talaga tayo makapag-invest agad because there are other responsibility na, you know, you have to pay for this, you have to pay for that. But, you know, start investing because God will provide. You know, I'm becoming religious here now. So, I know that from experience.
Save. Kasi meron ka na kailangan, isama mo na siya sa bills mo. Diba? Total naman, if that's your mindset on unahin ang mga bayarin, hindi isama mo siya sa bayarin mo for the month and then eventually, it will come easy. It will become natural kasi kasama na siya sa monthly recurring expenses mo, diba? So mga ka-TFT, we have Aggie here and Honey na napakaganda ng shinare sa ating story, diba? Na hindi naman po tayo lahat, di ba nga, sunwerte na anak ng Hari Train na, hindi naman tayo ganun. Lahat tayo dito nagsumikap, naghahanap. Even Aggie herself, sabi niya, natuto siya not because of her own experience, but also the experience ng dad na naging lesson sa kanya yun, di ba? Parang wag na natin maintayin din na ma-experience natin siya. We have Honey here na I might not be the right, the best saver here, the great saver na every month nakakaipon ako, I allot 20% first of my income and then spend whatever. No? Hindi nga lahat ganun eh. So yung parang try to analyze on your ways, parang what will work for you. Diba? Iba-iba naman tayong klase ng tao, iba-iba tayong discarded sa buhay. But at the end of the day, the message here is that don't just save. Let's start investing kasi sa investment po tayo yayaman. Tama ba? Thank you again, Aggie and Honey. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Agnes and Honey, for that educational discussion. I hope that you guys were inspired. Baka naman this time, ako naman. Ako naman po, di ba, Gian? Ako naman po ang makapag-ipon. Ako po makabili. At later on, ito ay passive income na po. Sabi nga nila, di ba? It grew, that investment grew from way back. Tapos ngayon, ayun na yung fruit of your investment. All right. So, before we proceed to the next session, we are also inviting everyone to visit the booth of New Perspective Marketing International to get to know more about the newest value for money real estate marketplace, remata.com.ph, and learn about the latest mobile app, Piso Pal, a personal savings and investment app specifically made for beginners in investment. And of course, we still have I Love the Filipino Times car stickers. For those of you na merong mga kotse, we can just get your own I Love the Filipino Times car sticker sa the Filipino Times booth near the registration. But of course, before we proceed to our next session, we would like to thank our sponsors and partners. We have our gold sponsor, RLC Residences, our silver sponsors, Greenfield Development Corporation, Ayala Land, Double Dragon Corporation, and Federal Land. Our participating exhibitors, we have Santa Lucia Land, House Land Development Corporation, DMCI Homes, BPI, Remata, and Piso Pay. Our official airline partner, Philippine Airlines, and of course, our official media partner, the Filipino Times. Thank you very much, guys, for staying with us. It's already, what time is it? Ano oras na po? 7. It's already 7. We've been here since 9 a.m. Our session started, I think, at around after lunch. Tuloy-tuloy po yan till 9 o'clock. And tomorrow po, the same time from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. A whole day of many topics about investment na talaga naman financial literacy na I hope marami kayong natututunan. Yung Q&A session natin kanina, I think it is something that, alam mo yun, would retain on your mind kahit parang on a game format tayo. Alright, so of course, now to our next presentation will help us answer the question on how you can apply loans for your business, car, and home as overseas Filipino workers. So I'm sure a lot of you are very much interested to know how to apply for financing of your future investment. Here is the perfect session for you to give us all information we need about bank financing. Please help me welcome Relationship Manager and Marketing Expat of the Bank of the Philippine Islands, Randall Acejo.
Hello, good evening everyone. I'm Randall Marcelo Acejo, Relationship Manager, Marketing Expat, Bank Representative of the BPI for the UAE. It's nice to meet everyone, and I would like to thank New Perspective Media and the organizers for inviting BPI to be part of this prestigious event, BPIE, to be one of the exhibitors. Thank you so much, ma'am. And to start, we would like to show promotional video regarding our products and services offered for OFWs here in UAE and different countries abroad.
Ang pagiging OFW ay isang blessing. Hindi lahat laging luhaan. Pwedeng tears of joy naman. Hindi dapat nalulubog sa utang. Dapat nga, naaahon din ang kabuhayan.
May online business na tayo! Salamat sa padala mo, ha?
Dahil hindi lang ito puro sakripisyo.
Pagka! Okay ka na dito!
Isa din itong oportunidad. At gagabayan ka ng BPI Pinoy Abroad, ang kumpletong OFW financial program. Ang remittance mo, mabilis nang mapadala. May free insurance pang kasama. Diretso sa account ni Mrs. ang padala sa Pinas para sa maayos na pag-budget niya. May investment options pa para mapalago ang pinaghirapan. Dahil ang lahat ng pinaghirapan, mauuwi sa pag-unlad. Dahil nagtiwala, BPI Pinoy Abroad.
Kung nasa abroad na, meron kaming safe and affordable remittance solution para sa iyo. Sa BPI Pamana Padala, ang account na para sa mga overseas Filipino remitters, aasenso ang buhay. Dahil madaling makaipon at mabilis makapagpadala, maaari mong i-remit kada buwan sa sarili mong BPI Pamana Padala account ang pinaghirapang sahod. Gamit ang online or mobile banking, makakapag-transfer ka sa account ng pamilya mo sa Pinas ng kahit anong araw o oras. At higit sa lahat, kampante ka dahil may kasamang free remittance continuation plan. Pagbukas mo ng account, umpisa agad ng pamana sa kada padala. Una, meron kang free 90-day personal accident insurance with 100,000 coverage na effective upon account opening. At ikalawa, may libreng life insurance. Kailangan maka-4 na remittance credit sa iyong BPI Pamana Padala account para maumpisa ng iyong coverage. Tuloy-tuloy lang ito kung tuloy-tuloy rin ang padala mo. Ang coverage ay pwedeng umabot ng 300,000 pesos or $6,000. Depende sa remittance na pinadala mo for the past 12 months. Kung may mangyari man na hindi natin ginusto sa Pilipinas o kahit sa ibang bansa, patuloy na makatanggap ang remittance ng iyong mahal sa buhay for 12 months. Libre ito, sagot ng BPI. Ang BPI Pamana Padala ay para sa mga overseas Filipino remitters na gaya mo. Para ito sa mga 18 to 55 years old at papunta sa ibang bansa o nakarating na para magtrabaho. Simple lang mag-open ng BPI Pamana Padala. Ang mga requirements ay original valid ID with photo and signature, proof that you are an overseas Filipino worker, at cash para sa initial deposit. Mamili kung peso o US dollar account ang gusto. At may kasama na rin niyang libreng debit card. Siguraduhin na pagre-remit ay madali at matipid. At higit sa lahat, insured ka pa. May mangyari man sa'yo, tuloy ang padala for 12 months, sagot ang BPI. Para tuloy ang remittance at asenso, dito ka na sa BPI Pamana Padala. For more information, talk to a BPI representative after watching this video.
So, as shown sa video, we have this account opening na ino-offer sa mga OFW, which is called BPI Pamana Padala. So this is an account exclusive only para sa mga OFW, meaning yung mga nagtatrabaho abroad, ang edad is between 18 to 55 years old. So paano mag-open o mag-apply ng BPI pamana padala? Unang-una, meron po kaming BPI representative office na located po dito sa Dubai. So saan ito? Ito po ay located sa may Mangkul Road, tapat ng Alhana Center, Al Hudayba. So visit po kayo doon. Rin po si Sir Emil J. Pamatmat for Dubai and Northern Emirates. So, sa tulad ng pinakita sa video, ano-ano ba ang benefits ng pamana padala account for OFW? So, unang-una po, zero maintaining balance to. Upon opening, meron po kayong 90 days insurance coverage and may libreng life insurance na nakadepende po sa amount na hinulog nyo for the past 12 months. So hanggang magkano yung insurance na maa-avail ni OFW at kanyang mga beneficiary. So from 300,000 pesos po or $6,000. So ito po i-divide monthly na ina-average nila doon sa remittance nyo for the past 12 months. So hopefully, wag naman po sana magamit yung insurance coverage na yon. Pero ito po ay libre, hatid po ng BPI. Any questions po regarding sa BPI pamana padala? Okay, ang requirements po for opening ng BPI pamana padala, unang-una ay Emirates ID for Dubai or for UAE or passport or and valid visa. Tapos initial deposit po niya ay 100 dirhams lang. Ang processing po nito usually takes 2 to 3 weeks. So, i-deliver po yung ATM card kung saan po kayo ni-refer ng aming bank representative or kung sa representative office po kayo nag-open, dun din po, i-confirm po kayo, tatawagan kayo para po pick upin yung ATM card. Opo. Next question po. Channels na kung saan nanggaling ang pera from abroad, papasok sa Pilipinas, considered as remittance na yon. Pero, we highly recommend or suggest kung magpapadala kayo papunta sa inyong BPI account, doon po kayo sa aming mga remittance partners. Like, marami po kami mga remittance partners dito na like Alansari, Alfardan Exchange, Alrostamani Exchange, and so on and so forth.
Paano po pag online payment, online transfer?
Yes, pwede naman po ito. Actually, meron po kami mga ongoing discussions and negotiations with the local banks pero hindi pa po siya finalized. Once na finalize yun, so final na rin ang partnership. Pero hindi naman namin sinasabi na hindi siya pwedeng
property show. Paano po ang process for housing loan or home loan po for BPI?
Actually, meron po kaming mga active or naka-standby na virtual advisors o loan advisors na sa Pilipinas. Pero ang schedule nila during this event ay sa 1 to 6 p.m. only. So kung sino po yung mga interesado na mag-avail ng BPI housing loan, pwede natin silang i-refer tomorrow sa ating mga virtual advisors. And for any additional information, pwede po silang bumisita sa website ni BPI, which is www.bpi.com.ph. Nandun po lahat ng ating mga products and services, related FAQs, or mga katanungan regarding po sa certificate or letter para i-verify po siya as an seafarer po siya. And then yung pang-apat, ay check ko po. Agents kung kayo po ay pasok sa qualification.
Tapos pwede po mag-open through your office,
Yes
office
po.
here.
So kung gusto po mag-open ng account, pwede pong bumisita sa representative office namin sa Satwa or pwede nyo po kaming kontakin. Kami pong tatlo na mga bank representative dito sa UAE. Pwede nyo makuha ang aming number sa website ni BPI.
Okay. I think any last message na lang po for our OFWs?
Okay, and we have two other videos that we need to play para lang po for information para sa OFW.
Mancul yun, di ba? Tama. Sa Mancul area, you may visit their office and open your account. Pwede kayo makapag-open na account. And sabi nga niya, if you're looking for
remittance received can become savings that earn interest when you reach the required average daily balance. At walang required maintaining balance basta maka-4 na remittance sa iyong account sa isang taon. Kaya naman buong-buo ang padala. At kahit madaling araw o holiday pa, you can check your balance, pay bills, or transfer funds with online and mobile banking. Simple lang mag-open ng BPI Padala Manager. Dalawa lang ang requirements na kailangan. Una, isang original valid ID with photo and signature. At pangalawa, any proof of remittance. You can bring a past transaction receipt or work contract, ID, or certificate. Pwede rin ang bank statement na may makitang remittance credit. Dahil mahalaga ang bawat padala, dito ka nasa safe and secure. Para sa maasensang buhay at makamit ang inyong mga pangarap, one remittance at a time. Simulan mo na sa pag-open ng BPI Padala Manager account today. For more information, talk to a BPI representative after watching this video.
We've been with BPI for many years.
Buti na lang, like before. Nasunog din rin pagkain namin.
Thankfully, may BPI QR code pang order. Lifesaver yun ah.
But the best pa rin talaga is when we got our BPI home loan. That's why BPI helps us love the life we live today
and tomorrow.
Okay, so yung third video na pinakita natin, yun yung account intended for the OFW's beneficiary. So kung kay OFW may BPI pamana padala, sa mga beneficiaries natin na nasa Pilipinas, ang tawag naman natin doon ay BPI pamana manager or padala manager. So napakasimple lang po natin i-apply yung mga beneficiary natin na nasa Pilipinas. Pwede po kayong pumunta sa aming booth or bumisita sa aming representative office at i-refer po natin sila sa ating mga branches sa Pilipinas to open an account. And for the final video regarding sa home loan ni BPI, as we've discussed earlier, yung mga requirements na kailangan para maka-avail yung ating OFW ng BPI home loan, pwede po kayong tumawag sa ating customer care hotline or bumisita sa BPI website www.bpi.com.ph. Maraming salamat po.
Alright, maraming salamat din, Randall, for that very informative
Thank you so much.
topic. And I think our audience here
preference. Now, sa mga ka-TFT natin dyan na nanonood sa kanilang bahay, again, PPIE is open until tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. From 9 a.m. bukas na po ang mga exhibitors natin. We also have a whole day of seminars and financial literacy session wherein you'll be able to learn more from the experts' advice ng ating mga speakers. At the same time, makakuha kayo ng mga tips, di ba, sa kanila on paano nga ba mag-invest or ma-inspire sa kanilang mga kwento of success, not only on investment but also on personal growth.
I think after today, Vince, after all the projects that I've seen from our partners, our exhibitors and sponsors, parang talaga naman, ito talaga yung shopping Kung pwede lang mag-shopping ng properties, di ba?
Why not, di ba?
Yes,
Pero,
correct.
alam naman natin, hindi imposible yan kasi kanina diniscuss na kanina, no? Na sa halagang 500 dirham monthly amortization, you'll be able to land on your probably first investment or additional investment for your growing investment portfolio. O kung hindi man kaya, bumisita lang kayo dito, scout lang, di ba? Tingin-tingin tayo, afford ko na ba mag-invest? You'll probably surprised na talaga afford mo na mag-invest. Konting tipid-tipid lang ng konti kung saan dyan o baka mamaya it's just your perception na mahal ang property investment pero in fact, pasok na pasok naman sa iyong budget.
That is right, Vince. And actually, kanina, aside from that 500 dirham na property or investment na kaya nyong gawin sa today, napatunayan din natin kanina sa panel discussion na dahil sa property investment, ito'y magiging eventually passive income and this is something na bilang OFW ay
Ikayayaman.
ikayayaman natin.
So ito yung maging reason na baka pwede ka nang umuwi at magpahinga at magretiro because of continuous income na hindi attached to your job. Now, another thing I would also like to thank our sponsors, our food sponsors. We have Teriyaki Boy, we have Agemono, we have Paluto Restaurant, and Wendell.
And of course, our social media influencers, thank you so much for the support.
To our session, you get a chance to win exciting prizes. Kabilang dyan ang mga merch ng the Filipino Times. You have the reusable bag,
That's right.
the Proudly Pinoy t-shirt.
We have gold,
diba?
small
Gold,
appliances. Diba? Yes, we do have wallets and watches to be given away
And
as
of
well.
course, bukas, idodraw natin ang
Ating grand prize, which is Philippine Airlines round-trip ticket, Dubai, Manila, Dubai. Ayan, tomorrow natin yan ipapamigay. Kaya I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
Correct.
Much excited.
Mas exciting, mas jam-packed. At hindi lang yan, no? Nakakatawa din because this year's edition, again, the schools have participated in PPIE through a very creative way of parang
we will definitely be empowered and will surely have a lot of takeaways, I'm sure, as we dive into the top qualities that make Filipinos in demand in the UAE. And to share with us all about this topic, let us call on our panelist, which will be moderated by my co-host, Vince Ang, the General Manager of the Filipino Times and Chief Operating Officer of New Perspective Media Group. We have Chairman of the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Dubai, Lyndon Magsino. Director for Membership Development of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, UAE Chapter, Engineer Rufi Niedo.
Sige, I'll join them, Rain, on stage and get to know more about our guests. Alright. Sige, ito na ako sa kabila. Alright. Ayan. Hi. Sa
Hello,
inyong
hello.
dalawa.
Good
So,
evening,
ang topic
good
natin,
evening, sir.
good evening. Ang topic natin ngayon ay the kabayan power, the top qualities that makes Filipinos in demand in the UAE. Diba? It's not something new na narinig natin na may demand for Filipinos. Skilled worker or mga experts of the various fields, diba? Tingin mo, pero syempre, diba, marami din ng mga Filipinos na iniisip, baka siya lang yung magaling, baka ako hindi. Diba? May ganung mentality din eh. Tingin mo, paano ba ikaw or paano ba mo maa-advise sa mga tao na everyone has that kabayan power na magiging successful ka rin? Ano yung dapat mong pag-aralan ba to? Skill ba na dapat i-develop? What can you say, Lyndon?
So in simple words, how to be successful in your chosen field. First of all, thank you so much for coming here. My name is Lyndon Magsino. So number one for me, I want to consider the 3 C's of success. 3-letter C. First is the communications. It is very important that you need to have this kind of communication skills to be able to convey your message clearly to your direct reports, to your line managers, to your peers. So, because if you're not able to communicate, then it will be very hard for you to go up to the ladder of success. Number 2 is confidence. So, confidence comes from experience, reading, talking to people, learning. So, never stop learning. And number 3 is collaboration. So, collaboration for me means building relationships. A lot of people are getting into the corporate politics, so try to avoid that. But rather than talking about negative things, or rather than doing gossiping or marites, try to build relationships, try to partner with your colleagues, and perhaps try to exert effort and know other people as well. For example, if you are in finance, try to know some people from business department, from HR. So try to collaborate and be a team player. So yun yung 3 letters of success for me.
Okay, so napakaganda, no? Napakaganda po ng sinabi ni Sir Lyndon. So actually, tama po yun. Tama po yun, no? Kami po sa side ng technical, mga engineers, so talagang sa mga OFW, ito po yung mission talaga ng organization din namin. So we are trying, no? We are trying all of this OFW, kung saang line ka man ng succession mo ngayon, kung saang line of discipline, na gusto namin, we are all professional. So how? So that's why we are here. We are here, your professional organization. If you know that you are capable to be an engineer with us, like us, so why not? We will help you. We are helping each other. So that's why the program of CHED, the program of PRC, the SPLE, we are bringing here. Even the program of CHED, the ETIAP, if you are undergraduate, you want to be an engineer, you want to be an accountant, if you are here, if even you are busy, you can still continue your study. Even for 1 year, you will be a professional. After you pass the board, then the board also is here. PRC also is bring here. Right? So that's why we are helping this level of all of the OFW to reach there how to be success. Right? So then, after that, if you are past the board, so that's why every professional here, we have now equivalency. You can take your equivalency, whatever nationality is there, whatever their profession, we are also, the Filipino also. Now we are equate. We are equal. We are equal to them. So if you have a OFW there that they want to be a professional like us, so try to reach us. We will help you. We will help you to be success to your dreams. Yun lang po. Ayun yung po yung ano.
I think that's a good message, no? The reason why there are organizations like mga accountants and engineers, because it's not just, I think that's when we try to combine honing of skills, diba? Na sinasabi, sinasabi ng engineer dito. And yung sinabi rin Lyndon, to collaborate. I think it's being part of an organization, it's also a good way to start collaborating, diba?
Yes, that's right.
Baka the reason why you cannot collaborate with other department because baka hindi ka sanay makipaghalubilo. Muna, mahiyain. Then probably start with someone or group of people that you share interests with.
That's
but
right.
not necessarily from the same company that you're working on. Diba? Baka dun natin ma-practice yung interpersonal skills natin.
Correct,
diba?
correct,
Then,
yes.
bigyan mo naman ako ng parang, ano ba yung madalas mong naririnig na parang masasabi, Pinoy ka nga dahil ganito ka, magaling ka saan, diba?
Okay. I've been in Central Bank as a bank examiner, and being a consultant, I was able to do different engagement in different companies. And in many successful companies, global and even Fortune 500 companies in the UAE or even in the Middle East, there is one common denominator, and that is, out of those successful companies, the brains and the hands of these successful companies are actually Filipinos. That's true. Now,
reaching out do sa mga professionals, di ba, na that we share the same interest or field, di ba? Lyndon, sa inyo, sa organization nyo, ito, kasi we had this talk of before naman eh. So I was very parang surprised kasi karamihan for the other organization, they look for the PCR license, tama ba?
PRC.
PRC, sorry. PRC license, sorry. PRC license for you to be part of the membership. Pero sa inyo, meron kayo parang 2 categories, di ba?
Yes.
So parang could you parang elaborate more on that part where you try to reach more of your parang same field to really parang encourage them and hone them to be better at what they do?
Okay. So in Philippine Institute of CPAs, it's a group of Filipino CPAs, Certified Public Accountants. But it doesn't mean that PICPA is exclusive for those who are already CPAs. And that is why we created this category in our membership that is called associates, associate member. Ito yung mga accountancy graduates na unfortunately hindi pa pumapasa sa CPA board exam or yet to be a CPA. So we don't close the door for them to join the organization, and they get the same benefits of being a CPA member for those associate members. So, but when it comes to, the only difference is the amount of registration fees, because we remit some amount to our PICPA National in Manila.
So, kayo po, bilang mga professional, how much weight do you put on parang continuous education? Yung patuloy na pag-aaral or patuloy na pag-develop ng inyong sarili. Ano pong stand nyo dyan, engineer?
Yes. Being an engineer, of course, so technology is developing so much, exponentially. So that's why, ayan po yung tina-target namin, na makasabay tayo. Sumasabay po tayo. Don't worry, the Filipinos is all leading to the technology. So, that is the mission of the ISEP. Why we are here? Dahil kung titira lang po kayo sa kasi so I'm living in Satwa. So marami kaming ginagawa activities. Even myself, I'm trying to teach them na katulad ng mga automation. So although hindi nila naintindihan, kasi so yung level nila kasi yung technician, being technician, they are contented. They are contented that being they have the salary of 5,000. Yes, 5,000 is very enough, right? Very enough. You can, yes. So you can your family you can bring here to that 5,000 actually. But I told them, don't stay to that salary 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. Why? Because the level of success, you're being a technician, you're being an skilled. So it's only the minimum gap between the 20,000 being professional. Why you not take that gap? Why you not jump to that 20,000, 5,000 to 20,000? Why? In my company Siemens, we are automation company from the Germany. We are operating whole world. Still, we need a lot of, in the research, even the research and development, we need a lot of engineers that knows that the technology. Okay? And they are not tell that you must be supposed to be that the graduate of this school, you must the average, your grade should be like this. No. We all the company, our company here is equal company. Even me, I'm not like you that you are so bright, brilliant during the time of your college. But we are here. So ayun po maganda dito sa mga Pilipino, ginagawa namin, nakikipagsabayan tayo sa mga ibang nationality. In my company now, we have now, although still few Filipinos is there, but we are now trying. We are now trying to improve all the Filipino engineer to be part of the world class a company like Siemens. So just like that. So in just continuous learning.
Continuous learning
Continuous
talaga.
learning, then whatever the latest in the technology, we are giving seminars like that. So introduce whatever they want. So it's up to them how to grab it, because we are free. Our seminar, all of our discussion, all of our help is free. It's order for them to succeed.
Correct.
Just like that.
I appreciate that, no, and I love the idea that the organization are really trying to reach out and really promote yung learning, 'di ba? Lyndon, ano yung mga sa inyo ba? It's really mga parang hard skill lang ba ang tinuturo, or may mga soft skill din na tinuturo for mga members?
Okay. Majority of our events and seminars is actually non-technical. So, because we are already CPA, so we know what is accounting, what is financial statements. So we are already graduate in those kind of topics. So now what we are talking about is mainly about business, entrepreneurship, investment, and really how to make money. So nandun na kami sa stage na yon. And that is why even non-CPAs are really interested in our topics, in our events.
And they can join as well.
They can join as as associate member.
That's good to hear, because we're also live on our Facebook. Kaya makita mo, we have mix of audience.
Okay.
Some are watching right now and probably be here tomorrow. So for those of you who's looking for those type of seminars, again, peak pa, sabi nila, even if you're not an accountant or not practicing accountancy or whatever.
We have a lot of associate members who are engineers, architects, nurses, because talking about money it is actually for everybody.
Correct. And that's very timely na nandito tayo, 'di ba, sa isang property show, and this is something that we really promote when it comes to
salary. If you can get more, so that you can buy more. So you can buy more salary, more properties. Actually,
advice, what are the type of kamusta na ba? How does your investment portfolio looks like right now? Para ano yung mga diversification of your investments?
Okay, I'm very heavy in real estate and stock market. So I don't invest on something that I don't know. So real estate for me is meron akong acronym na word crucial. But I'll give you some snippets of why I really love investing in real estate. It's because cash flow. It will give you indefinite amount of cash flow. Rental properties is one way or one of the best investment that we can have as overseas Filipinos, that while you are busy working here, ang iintayin mo lang is month end, check your bank statement whether na-credit na ba yung rental income mo. So that's number one. Number two, it's a very good asset, tangible asset, that you can pass it on to the next generations. I work in a bank as head of audit, and the bank themselves will not use their own shares or equity as a collateral sa loan. When you go to the bank, mag-apply ka ng loan, ang iyong iko-collateral ay shares, maybe they will decline. But if you try to get a loan using a tangible asset, real estate property, the bank will definitely say yes. Why? Because the bank understand the real value of real estate properties. And that's true. Number four, you can use it, rent it out, or just wait for the right time, let it appreciate in value. Over time, it will appreciate in value. As a CPA, we understand that all the assets in the balance sheet, now I'm talking about accounting, but among all the assets in the balance sheet, meron lang kokonting assets na nag-appreciate in value. Real estate lang. The rest, nagdi-depreciate. Machineries, cars, lahat yan nagdi-depreciate. Pero real estate, for example, especially if you purchase pre-selling, off-plan, almost times 10, times 15 after 5 years. So ganun yung return. And then the last point is when it comes to return on equity, you're talking about around maybe 10x return on equity from your investment. So, and that is why I like real estate. And then, of course, I'm very passionate about stock market. That is another topic that we can discuss maybe some other time. But if you're really interested, maybe we can chat after this talk or look for pisomaster.com. So I have published a book called Piso Master, which is passive income from stocks ownership, Piso Master. So maybe in another event we can talk about stock market. Mahaba-habang topic.
But you can also like give us an overview. Parang bakit ka parang na-drawn into stock market?
I like the liquidity part of stock market. So that's the difference. The number one difference between investing into real estate and stocks is your ability to liquidate your asset. So for example, kailangan mo ng cash. Let's say kailangan mo ng 5 million today. You cannot just find a buyer of your house and lot or your condominium today. But if you have the stock market, if you are into stocks, right now there are maybe 5 million people who wants to buy your shares in the stock market. So liquidity is very important for me. So that's why I diversify my investment portfolios into real estate, stocks. I do cryptos at a very small scale, bonds, and some other investments. But mainly real estate and stocks. But the main difference is if you want to have cash today, you can just sell your shares in the stock market, either Philippine stock exchange or here in the DFM or ADX or even in the US. So that's why I like stock market as well.
Ayan. Para sa inyo naman na mga nanonood, I think the best way for you to understand kung ano yung type of investment, am I ready or risk, 'di ba? Parang kasi alam naman natin high risk,
high return.
Correct, high return, 'di ba? High risk, high return. Pero hindi lahat willing to risk as much, 'di ba? So yung pera din, palitan kita katulad nga, halimbawa, sa bangko. Iniwan mo sa bangko yung pera mo. Walang halos ka risk yan, 'di ba? Very very minimal, especially if your account is with a very reputable bank. But also yung interest, minsan mas mataas pa yung inflation.
That's true.
Kaysa sa kinita ng pera
so,
mo.
So lugi ka pa.
Lugi ka pa. Walang napunta yung pera mo. So, if you guys would like to visit here, PPIE, we're still open here until tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. You may visit Pisopal. We have a new app, New Perspective Marketing International, wherein mag-key-in ka ng information mo, tapos i-assess niya your investment appetite.
Risk profile.
O risk profile. I-risk profile ka niya, and then, eventually, gagawan ka nila ng plan kung saan ka maging komportable. Kasi nga,
that's good.
Especially, karamihan ng mga first-time investor, medyo masyadong hard-earned money kasi tayo dito lalo, di ba? Kumbaga, pagod ka na, may sakripisyo ka pa na malayo sa loved one mo. Kaya yung bawat araw mo talaga, kumbaga, sabi nga nila, sinachani mo na yung pera mo sa bulsa, di ba? Kasi nga ayaw mong bitawan.
Ay, hayaan mo lang sa bangko.
Oo,
yan. Ganun,
So, let's talk about parang for those of you who would like to assess kung ano yung investment na para sa kanila, you may visit us tomorrow here. And then may mga representatives that will be able to assess or help you out. And of course, Lyndon, sinabi nga ni Lyndon kanina, you may also consult him. He does consultation on those type of investment. And also, the organizations here, both on the engineering and the sa PICPA, they teach a lot of investment, maybe, different type of financial literacy. Kasi, at the end of the day, hindi nga naman tayo dito forever, di ba? Yes, you can stay here for a very long time if you have like businesses or other assets, di ba? But probably majority of us would still want to go back home or to go to another country. So this is something that you have to prepare, hindi lang emotionally, pero ang pinaka-preparation talaga dito, yung finances. Kasi pag move back mo, you might not have the same job.
Correct.
Diba? You might not have the same income. Paano na ang lifestyle? 'Diba? Paano na ang kain sa labas if
Correct.
you're already accustomed to that, 'di ba? So, Lyndon, ano ang iyong parang pinaka-major advice for people who parang struggling on save ko na lang muna kaya bago ako mag-invest?
Okay. Number one, what you need to do is due diligence. Because if you know to whom you are investing for your money, if you understand the risk that you're taking, if you understand the return, yung balik ng pera mo, then it will be easy to invest. So number one for me is due diligence. So ibig sabihin, kilatisin mo muna, pag-aralan mo muna, ito ba yung tamang investment sa'yo? Ito ba yung tamang developer sa'yo? Ito ba yung tamang company, lugar? Kasi real estate is location, location, location. Ito ba yung tamang lugar? Because once you get into that particular property, in that location, mahirap mo nang mabago yan. You can repaint the color of your house or your condo. You can change the roof, the tiles, everything, change the door. But what you cannot change is the location. Stuck ka na dyan. Okay? Unless ibenta mo, bumili ka ng bago. So number one is due diligence. Number two is you need to know what is your desired return on equity. So so dapat alamin mo rin paano ba i-calculate yung ROE. Ibig sabihin nun, magkano yung bumalik return. Depende base sa inilabas mong investment, sometimes we call it ROI. In the Philippine real estate, minimum of 16% ROI per year, which is phenomenal, highest among the other alternative investments. And that's guaranteed.
That's probably like 8 to 10 times ng
8 to 10 times.
ng usual
Usual, if you invest your money in the bank or deposit your money in the bank, earning 1.5 or maybe 1% per year. Imagine mo yung inyong 1 million will earn how much?
1%.
10,000? Or let's say yung iyong 100,000 will just earn 1,000 per year. So i-divide mo ng 12 months, so parang magkano na lang yun yung 1,000 mo per month. So if you rather invest your money earning at least minimum 16% per year, so saan ka pa? Apart from that, nag-a-appreciate pa. So for example, if you purchase, let's say, a 3 million worth of condominiums off-plan or pre-selling, yung 3 million mo after 3 years, at the time na ma-turn over yung property, yung 3 million mo will be doubled. Will become 6 million at a minimum. So it can be 7 million, it can be 8 million. So apart from the return on the investment, nag-appreciate pa, double return ka. So, and that happens only in the Philippines. Why? Because we are in a booming economy. Emerging markets tayo sa Philippines. So, of course, depende sa location. That's why it's called location, location, location. Number two is due diligence. Alamin mo yung developer, credible ba yan? And that is why it's very important. Join us here in PPIE kasi dito pinakikilala sa iyo yung iba't ibang developers. Unlike, for example, umattend ka sa isang event sponsored by that particular developer, isa lang yung nakilala mo. So, limited yung options mo. Unlike here in PPIE, and that's the advantage of coming here, because you have a lot of options. So, ma-analyze mo, ito ba yung tama para sa akin or ito. And then, it's all up to you. We don't recommend kung sino ang pipiliin mo. It depends sa appetite mo, sa gusto mo. It's all up to you. Walang pipilit sa'yo. And even at the end of the day, if you want to take your time, think about it, get their numbers. Call them. So, the most important thing is take action. Execute. Kasi pag ikaw nagpatumpik-tumpik, tumaas na yung price, too late. You lose the return. So, my personal advice, take your time in doing due diligence, but don't be like dragging it too long na napag-iwanan ka na ng panahon, tumaas na yung presyo. Ngayon, kung bibilin mo yung property, baka 8 million na as opposed to buying it 3 years ago, which is just 3 million. Same thing will happen now. If you delay it now, yung 3 million ngayon, after 3 years, 5 years, it could be 8 million. Again, napag-iwanan ka na. So, while it is important to do due diligence, analyze mo, kilatisin mo, take action, execute mo yung due diligence, invest. The best time to invest was actually 5 years ago. That's the best time to invest. The second best time to invest is actually now. Yun lang po.
I mean, that's very, very consistent naman to everyone who've talked about investment this session or today's session na the due diligence is very, very important kasi nga you really have to research. You really have to understand. Especially hard-earned money, ayaw mong papunta sa wala. Baka akala mo naguhulog ka to something and then wala lang pala. Diba? Really research about your developers. Really research about the person, exactly the person you're talking to. Yan ba ang tamang representative? Legit representative ba siya ng developer? That's why sabi nga, and I appreciate that Lyndon saying that it's really important and the advantage of you coming into property shows like here, wherein pinagsama-sama na namin ang pinakamalalaking developers. Diba? Isang developer, bibigyan ka ng 8 offer. Ilan yung developers namin dyan? You have all the options. Diba? Panigurado, meron dyan isa na kukurot sa puso mo. At sabi mong, maybe this is the one.
Yes.
Diba? Ito na ang hinahanap mong investment. We have from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. different speakers again who will be talking. I'm really, really happy that we end today's session with these 2 great speakers. I've met Lyndon before. We've talked about investment before. That's why I'm quite familiar with gano'n na ba kayaman si Lyndon sa investment. No, just kidding. But it's a good testament that Filipinos could actually, parang minsan kasi iniisip natin, I am only as rich as my salary. Diba? It's just you. That's your mindset. But that's not true. Diba? Your salary is your basic na panggagalingan. It could be your recurring income. But yung wealth mo will not stop with the amount of salary you receive. You save a part of it, diba? Or you not necessarily save, but i-allot mo yung part of your salary and then you invest it in something that you probably would like or you feel that would earn money. Then, yun yung start of your investment journey. Tama ba?
So just to give a little bit of testimonial, kung meron pa tayong time, konting encouragement lang. And without any bragging, walang halong yabang ito, just to encourage people to really invest. I just bought a property in one of the best or the prime location in Dubai, in DIFC Gate Avenue. Okay. Gate Avenue, DIFC. And the property is worth 3.4 million dirhams. 3.4 million dirhams. Do you know where I got the money to purchase it in cash? Just from the return of my investment in the Philippines. Imagine mo yon. It's not coming from my salary, nothing from my hard-earned money, nothing from my pocket. It is just the fruit, return lang nung investment ko sa Philippines. I just bought a property, fully paid in cash in one of the best 4-bedroom luxury apartment in DIFC. How did I do that? Investment. It is like someone else paid for that. Imagine niyo yung ganong the power of investing. It actually accumulates and it speed up your journey towards wealth. That is investment for you.
Diba? Narinig niyo ako, for me ang biggest takeaway ko doon, nag-invest sa Pilipinas, nakabili sa Dubai. That's how lucrative yung market, yung economic market natin sa Philippines. Invest on whatever you'll be comfortable. Talk to someone here in PPIE. Visit us from 9 a.m. again to 9 p.m. tomorrow. Pumunta kayo dito. There are a lot of options there. Sabi kanina, meron kaming session dito, Lindon. Sa halagang 500 dirham, meron kang maa-afford na investment.
Wow.
'Di ba? So, ano pang reason mo? 'Di ba? Yung lumabas ka ng weekend, magkano na gastos mo? If you try to save that a little, we're not saying that you shouldn't be enjoying yourself. 'Di ba? Hindi naman namin sinasabi na magmukmuk ka dyan sa bahay. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that spend your money wisely, a lot, something that is for your future, and also while you're enjoying your stay here, while you're trying to spoil yourselves, but you have to make sure that you prepare for the future. And the only way for you to prepare your future is to start investing para may sure ka na kinabukasan, because you won't be able to be assured that you'll be able to work the next 5 years, the next 10 years, not even tomorrow. Mabaldado ka today, hindi mo alam kung may work ka tomorrow, right? So you really have to invest something for your future through different forms of investment, and it's for me it's not a one in a million story, yung story ni Lyndon. Diba? Yes, it is very impressive, I admit that. But hindi si Lyndon lang ang pwedeng makagawa nun.
Kaya mo rin yun.
Kaya mo rin yun. Kaya mo. Kaya ko, I think. No.
Yes.
With no doubt, you can. It depends on what kind of investment appetite. Again, hindi naman natin sinasabi na ang end goal natin lahat tayo magkakakapit bahay sa DIFC. Hindi naman yun ang end goal natin.
Join me there.
But why not? Diba? Pero, think of your dream. Diba? Visualize it. And then you start planning it. Divide it in chunks that you can actually chew and swallow. Kaya mong i-digest para hindi ka mabigla in parang in achieving that investment journey. Tama ba, Lyndon?
Yes, that's right.
Any final message, engineer, to our kababayans na who's looking for parang better position sa trabaho or in career or in life or investment journey, basically being a better version of themselves?
Sa ISIP po kasi, sa mga engineers, so kasi technical talaga kami, no? So actually, maganda yung sinabi sa Lyndon. Siguro kailangan namin yon, yung ano niya, no? Yung kung paano mag-invest properly. Kasi mostly mga engineer, naka-stack lang taga yung pera namin takot kami, di ba? Bakit pa? Baka mamaya malugay kami, no? Lagay lang namin sa bangko yan, bahala yung bangko dyan. So ganun nagiging ano namin. Pero so anyway, so sana, matutunan din namin yung kung paano mag-proper invest. So sa mga engineers dyan, so meron tayong PPIE pala dito. So actually 7 years ago, nagpunta na rin ako nung unang mga second session, third session ng PPIE, kaya ako nakabili din ng property.
So, testament pala to na pwede ka talaga mag-invest sa PPIE.
Pero hinayaan ko lang yung property ko. Look, hinayaan ko yung property ko doon, hindi walang umupa, walang ano. Hinayaan ko lang siya, stay lang siya doon, pero yung value niya, nag-accelerate. Tumataas ang taas na pala nung huli kong bayad ng amilyar ko. Yung mga amilyar ko, yung taas naman ng value pala ng property ko. Naging ano na siya, million na siya. Before, magkano lang yon. Ngayon, naging million na siya. So, inahayaan ko lang siya. Naka-stay lang siya dyan.
Baka tomorrow, engineer, is the best time to buy your second property.
Yes, that's right. No?
Diba?
So, yun din ang ano namin sa mga engineers, sa mga member namin. So, kasi we have a lot of members na nagdi-dreams pa na makabili din sila ng mga ganyan property, maging stable yung job nila. So, from the grassroots, so tinitira namin sila from the grassroots kung saan talaga mag-i-start until you will reach this level. So, yun ang talagang tina-target namin. So, if you have kung may mga kaibigan po kayo, friends, relatives, no, nasa UAE, they want to be a success like that. So, alam nyo naman kumbaga magagaling, mga skilled naman sila. So, try approach us. One of us, right? Marami tayo dito na, yung mga professional organization natin, marami na tayo dito. So, try to approach us. So, especially nga po this coming November 27. So, Filipino Times din naman yung sa AE Summit namin, yung Architecture in Engineering Summit sa November 27 sa Abu Dhabi po yun. So, magagathered kami lahat ng mga architecture and engineers. So, makikita niyo po kami doon. Kaya, ini-invite ko po kayo so that we can share each other. So, kung paano po talaga yung how to be the dream to be success. So, siguro, yung pag-define ng success
iba-iba yan.
Iba kasi
There's no one definition of success.
Pero kami, so success din ang ano namin. Kasi we are in the freedom of, you can buy anything, you can live anything, you can in the luxury life. So, okay lang din yun. So, like that. So, siguro.
No,
so,
I mean, for clarity of everyone, hindi naman namin inimbita dito si Lyndon para inggitin lahat, di ba? At ma-feel bad na parang, ay, ba't parang ako, parang hindi ganyan. So, let's ask Lyndon, ano ba ang iyong message for Filipinos who's aspiring, di ba? To be somebody, to be a better version of themselves.
Number one, never be afraid to take risk. So, in investing, there is a risk. But, i-analyze mo lang, due diligence ka lang, but do not be afraid. Kasi, at the end of the day, especially kung real estate, nandyan lang yan eh. Magkamali ka man, at least nandyan, pwede mong ibenta. Okay? So, number two, try to never stop learning. Never stop learning. Aralin mo. Try to learn new skills. Maaring magaling ka na sa accounting. Maybe learn how to do coding. Try to learn, let's say, how to construct a building. Or something new. Okay, so yun yung take risk, never stop learning, learn new skills, and network. So among the professionals, yung gusto mong maging friends mo, try to reach out. For example, gusto mong maging friends ang CPAs, then join Pigpa Dubai. Gusto mong maging friends, if you're single, looking for future partner, and you want to, get a partner from engineering field, join engineering organization.
We have a lot of bachelor there, single and
So
related.
at the end of the day, enjoy life. Ganun lang, enjoy life.
Enjoy life. Yan. Yan nga ang key takeaway natin for tonight's session. Enjoy life. But while you're enjoying your life, you have to plan for your future. And that it starts now. Again, mga ka-TFT, maraming salamat.
Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Rafi.
Thank you again for inviting us here.
Thank you again. And mga ka-TFT, magkita-kita po tayo tomorrow. So Rain here will have some more surprises for us.
Okay, surprises is that we are actually about to end our session. And thank you very much to our panelists, Lyndon and Magsino, Chairman of the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Dubai, Engineer Rufi Niedo, Director for Membership Development of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, UAE chapter. All right. Okay, we would like to thank our our sponsors and exhibitors. We have our gold sponsor, RLC Residences. Our silver sponsors, Greenfield Development Corporation, Ayala Land, Double Dragon Corporation, and Federal Land. Our participating exhibitors, we have Santa Lucia, House Land Development Corporation, DMCI Homes, BPI, Remata, and Piso Pay.
We have our official airline partner. We have Philippine Airlines. Our official media partner, the Filipino Times. Our food sponsors, we have Teriyaki Boy, Paluto, Agimono, and Wendelese. We have our social media influencers, Abdul Bandon of MPD Pinoy News Feed, Dan Lester Dabon of Racing Danaya. We have M. Serrano of M. Serrano Vlog. We have J. Tolentino of J. Adrian Tolentino, Mika Banwa of Mika Banwa. And of course, our community partners, we have Barista Community Middle East, Bayanihan Abu Dhabi Council, Emirates Culinary Guild, Filipino Nurses Association in the Emirates, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines UAE chapter. We have Institute of the Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines UAE chapter. We have Masa Barista Association, Philippine Business Council Abu Dhabi, Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants Dubai, Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers. We have Society of Human Resource Professionals and Associates. We have United Architects of the Philippines, Abu Dhabi chapter.
And of course, our participating schools, Al Alfia Filipino Private School, Far Eastern Private School, New Filipino Private School, and the Philippine Global School.
Now, before we end today's session, mga ka-TFT, again, inaanyayahan po namin kayong bumisita dito sa PPIE. Dito po yan sa Crowne Plaza, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. again tomorrow sa Crowne Plaza, Sheikh Zayed Road. PPIE, you'll have experts, investment experts here that you can seek advice pagdating sa inyong investment journey. If you want to start your investment journey or diversify your investment portfolio, bumisita lang po kayo kasi meron po sila mga special offers. They give free advice. And of course, we have our forum here, the
Whole
buong
day
araw
from
po,
9
whole day
a.m. to 9 p.m.
We're gonna give you different mga inspirational stories of investment, of career, mga tao na magpapatunay that you can actually afford to invest now, and the best time to invest is now. Now, for those naman po na medyo hindi pa alam kung ano ang kanilang risk appetite or investment portfolio or risk portfolio, you may visit New Perspective Marketing International Incorporated booth. We have the Piso Pal kung saan po pag nag-register kayo, kayo po ay magkakaroon ng chance na ma-assess ang inyong risk appetite. We also have Remata for those people who's looking for foreclosed properties na may clean titles that you can also loan through bank loans para dun sa, of course, hindi naman lahat kaya mag-cash payment immediately. Pwede nyo pa rin siyang i-loan yung mga foreclosed properties na yan. Again, mga ka-TFT, visit here in Crowne Plaza from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We have exciting prizes that we're gonna give away tomorrow.
From morning until evening, and we will be giving away our grand prize, Philippine Airlines round trip ticket, Dubai, Manila, Dubai tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening na
evening,
yan. So you have to
yes.
be there. Actually, hindi natin alam kung evening o morning. So you have to be here the whole day.
Correct.
Kasi at hindi sayang ang oras nyo because the whole day kayo po ay matututo. You get to meet different people. You get to socialize. Diba sabi nga kanina, one of the key secret of being successful is to learn or explore your interpersonal skill as well. And you'll probably meet someone that will help you parang as life mentor even, right?
Yes,
Diba?
that's correct.
So, mga ka-TFT, ano pang iniintay nyo? Magkita-kita po tayo. We'll see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for another day of learning and being inspired. Always remember, the best time to invest is now.
Maraming salamat, and thank you everyone. You all have been a wonderful audience. Our exhibitors, our sponsors are here until 9 o'clock, and we are here until 9 o'clock pa. And this is, my friends, this is the Philippine Property and Investment